Okay, what's up? Alright. Alright, I discovered that this was actually, I wrote this yesterday, and so that was a bug, so my bad. I probably have another bug somewhere here that that I'm too stupid to figure out, so but yeah, so that was a bug for sure. Yesterday we got a lot of work done. I think, like, I don't know, I think sometimes I get into those moods where I just like can't sleep, and it's because I just like need to use my energy for like 12 hours to just like fucking work, you know, I just get that itch sometimes, and then sometimes I get the opposite itch, where I can't fucking work at all. That's kind of my problem, is that I oscillate between those two fucking extremes where it's like, I'm gonna stay up for 2 days and do this thing, and then it's like, oh, I just want to watch movies in bed for like a week and just sleep all the time. You're a legend. And so mystic, like, what am I doing? I'm working on a 3D, like it's kind of like a physics simulation. It's like a cellular simulation, but it's turned into like this graphics project. Maybe I can show this off. I don't really know what settings we were using beforehand, but as you can see, there's this kind of like cellular formations that we can create based on playing with our parameters and stuff. We can make these move depending on our different kernel settings and this and that. I mean, we have a lot of kernels, so it's kind of hard to see any change, to be honest. But anyway, that's what I've been working on. That is what I'm working on. Your stream motivated me to start my own Win95. Oh, that's sick. Not as high IQ as you. I mean, I'm very low IQ. That's fucking awesome. I hope, join the Discord and share whatever you come up with, because that sounds like really awesome. I was also considering Windows 95, but a friend specifically said I should try DX9. Thanks for explaining what you're doing. It seems really complicated. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I had no clue about how any of this worked, and then I implemented it in 2D like a year ago, and then, it's just kind of a process of working with the math until you get to a point where you can do it, It's just a lot of time sitting in this chair and doing the fucking math, You just gotta be willing to stare at it for a long time. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to using the lookups here. Yeah, what's up, Oops? I'm sorry, I didn't finish reading what you were saying in the Discord, because I went live, but I'm gonna read it later. Need color clamps, and to fully solve it with depth reduction check, those open up their own issues. I see. Yeah, I did see that you don't have problems in low light settings, because it's only the problem is when it's with contrast only. So It doesn't matter if it's low or late. It just matters if it's, so that makes sense to me. So I think I can multi-thread this apparently. I think that would be a big help for me. I think we would gain a lot of performance if I did this part multi-threaded, because this is now the bottleneck, is the convolution step. So I think that's what I'm going to do next. I think we should move them down one by one in this order, just to make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves. And so the first part is going to be this. So we were going to sim this, but maybe we don't even worry about the simmed here. This kernel count, we just, yeah. Yeah, because we have to do it by kernel count, split on kernel count, because you need to call this just once per thread, right? You can't call it multiple times per thread. So I think you might be able to multi-thread this and call this multiple times. I was kind of worried. So for the rejection and mitigation methods you end up adding an additional algorithm to clean up the issues. Yeah, I've got no clue what any of that means, but it sounds really cool. This can take in td t, and we can just call this, and then split on this. Where's my code that does that? It's somewhere here. I've got so many, yeah, right here. Just my boilerplate that just splits it up. Eventually we'll just pre-compute that, but you know, it's just worth doing it now. Okay. So now we're not splitting on grid width, we're doing kernel count. Yeah, so now we'll just go to section and go to end. And then one thread will do one portion of kernels, and then the other thread will do the other kernels. Right? I don't really know why that's not a thing. And so convolve FFT will just move this down into the empty FFT step, right? Okay. So maybe we just check if this works, you know, just to test it before we get ahead of ourselves and simmed it and everything, but it might be worth it to. Okay, that seems like it isn't working. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like it isn't working. Oh, you know why it might not be working actually? Is because I think all of them need to get done before we do this. Or maybe instead of splitting on this, we instead split on the kernels themselves again. Like if we just do this and split on the kernel count. Then technically we'll always be working on the same kernels. Maybe. Okay, now it doesn't seem to be very good. Oh no, yeah. That just does not seem to be working properly. Yeah. I'm guessing that if we move this back over to here and single thread it again, that, or don't call it recursively, just move it down here and single thread it again, then it's just going to work fine. No, it doesn't work fine. Really? Huh. Okay. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, I guess we can't split on this. I'm doing the splitting wrong, I don't know. Oh, that's why. So the animation thing I rolled back just to the way it's how it was before, because to learn OpenGL implementation, trying to solve, yeah, it really is hell, yeah. Yeah, they did. They were a pain in the ass for me to implement, yeah. It was probably one of the most annoying parts of working on the engine. Anyway, it turns out that this is touching the same memory, and so that's why I split on this before. I had a reason to do that, and so now I'm completely aware of the reason, and I'm not doubting earlier me on that. So this is actually going to be a pain in the ass to do, because I need to multi-thread this, actually, just straight up, which is not going to be easy. The update animation would hang the program. Yeah. That's intense. Oh, you were doing the learn OpenGL implementation. Yeah, I don't know if you scrolled back in the Discord, but I had a thing. This blog post written by this woman who I followed her kind of implementation for it. Anyway, so I think that this has to happen in a separate step. I think the easiest way for us to do this is to just literally, we can do this part multi-threaded, and we can just do this, like, if t id is 0. So if it's the first thread, then we just do the rest, right? Just do it like that, because if we try to do it more, then we'll probably just create bugs right now, so we should do one step at a time, you know. OGL devs with it in the model parser seems a bit, oh, okay, yeah. I haven't really used OGL dev for a lot. He's a good resource for like the camera stuff, I think, but I haven't really honestly used a lot of his stuff very much at all. Yeah. I did use him like when I was doing my camera, like matrix multiplication and shit, but why are we failing here? What? What? What's the problem? Yeah, the Learn OpenGL stuff is really good. I've struggled with some Learn OpenGL stuff myself, though. Sometimes their code, I feel like, can be pretty misleading, which annoys me. Like, their stencil buffer shit, like, really pissed me off, specifically. It was way more complicated than it needed to be. Also, another thing with the stencil buffer shit, what is the hardware implication that makes it, for like my computer, I was stuck on this for so long. For whatever reason, my computer could not create a stencil buffer texture without a depth buffer texture attached to it. Like, that shit was pissing me off because I was stuck there for so long trying to figure out why I couldn't create just a stencil buffer texture. And the answer was that you're not able to on certain hardware or some shit. I've only made one with that's what I was like, but I was in a specific scenario where I didn't need a depth buffer and I just needed a stencil for like a specific effect I was doing with an outline of a character, and I had to make a depth buffer attached to it. It was like the stupidest fucking thing. Like, I was like stuck there for like a whole day. I was like, why is this not working? What did I do wrong? And I didn't do anything wrong. Shit pissed me off so much. Man. Why is this such a problem? Oh, because I fucking am dumb. That's why. Oh. My bad. I wasn't focused. You even support stencil anymore? You really should. Because they are quite useful. Okay, I don't think that this is right either. Maybe it is. I don't know. Should probably be using better settings to test this shit. Like, we should be using Sobel. The weird, like, borders are the other views. Or, like, the growth ends up getting stuck like that. I don't really know why. But this seems to be working fine. I should really change the settings, though. To make it, you know, go back to the orb, because the orb is really, like, what we know as, like, a benchmark to test. Does it even support stencils anywhere? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't either, but for that specifically, like, I don't know what I was having. It's because my command, like, I had a command buffer system with my rendering passes, right? And so I was trying to basically make a command buffer, like, entry for this stencil pass that I was doing for this special shader or whatever, and it was so incredibly confusing how you're supposed to clear the stencil to 1. I forget what it was about it, but there was like a weird way of going about it where it's like not fucking intuitive. Yeah, the animation shit is like, I didn't even fully finish implementing my command buffer with my animations. That was kind of at like the end part of the dungeon, yeah. The scary part is, do I need to do this beforehand? I need a memset H before we get down there, but other than that, I think we can actually just do this for now, and then the transposition we can just pass in T to TD pointer T. And then just do we can also, honestly, we should just do this inline, at this point. We should not have to have that as a function. It's not necessary to have it as a function. It only happens once. There's no need for it to be a function. Vulkan makes, yeah, that's where Vulkan is really good, because then you don't have to, like, that, making that system for myself with the command buffer for the rendering passes and shit, because my dream was to have it so that, like, somebody who used the engine could make a JSON with all of their rendering passes, and then it just loads in that, and then just it just creates that buffer structure, and that's what I was doing. But with Vulkan, that whole framework is built for you already. Yeah, but I mean, that's why people piss me off when it comes to the Vulkan shit. It's like, it's pretty ignorant. Like, if you've ever, like, built a large pipeline, it's, you know, it's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. I was basically reverse engineering fucking Vulkan at the end. Render scene graph. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you'll design it in engine. Yeah. So I had like a UI for it, but it was so complicated with like memory allocation during runtime. It was so messy that I just did it in JSON for the meantime, because, like, I don't know, it was just so fucking, like, because basically every single render group need to be tied to like a shader and a pass and a blah 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 blah, and dealing with all of the, like, the arena allocation for all of that shit was just so scary, you know, that, like, when it came down to it, all I ended up doing was just do it during like startup time. I just allocated what was necessary, you know. And so, you know, that's the shitty part about my engine, is that you would have to, every time you change like the render pipeline, you would have to restart the engine, which, you know, is not a great design. So that's my bad. But yeah, the memory allocation shit was fucked with that. It was really difficult. So I wonder, so this is what I was saying, can I call this, for example, can I call this from, this is what I'm wondering, can I just call this and split on the channels? Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's all about. I kind of wish I could show you what my render pass UI was, but I eventually made a UI where you could take any shader and then hook it up to any render pass, right? And so in my engine, every material could also be a render pass, which means that everything in 2D screen space, like the post-processing pass and the bloom pass and everything, those were materials. And so you could take any material and hook it up to a new shader, right? And then it would just create another pass where it would render that material again. And that was pretty complicated, but I don't know, there was one stream where I like played around with it, and it was pretty like fucking insane, the stuff that you could do with it. You could just like literally like have the bloom material be tied to the, you know, the in world space material in world space, so that objects, you know, certain materials in world space could have different, could also be tied to a pass that then you know, blooms them and stuff. So that was pretty funny, that you could literally like hook up like any texture to just apply an effect to that texture, which was really funny. Yeah. as far as it being like actually like usable to like make a game with, I don't think that my engine was ever going to get to that point, really. Oh, it's a C section. But it was fun. Let's see if this works. Okay, it doesn't work. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Find a material and an instance ID. Oh, that isn't even the problem. In the G buffer, and you'll be able to use materials like they are in forward. There's a similar field in each render pass. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. But I didn't have like a regular deferred or forward pipeline, but that's pretty much what I did, was that I basically had these IDs that connected everything, yeah. It was a pain in the fucking ass, though. I can tell you that. It was really difficult. It was especially difficult when I got to stuff like UI, actually. Like, UI was actually the hardest part about my engine. Like, it doesn't seem like the hardest part, but UI is no fucking joke. Like, seriously, no fucking joke. Like, it's a nightmare. Because every assumption you have about your engine in 3D space is now fucking thrown out of the window. None of it works, right? You know? And so now you're trying to build this system that is in 2D space on top of the 3D space. And also trying to make it, you know, not like stupid, you know, like, so I wanted to have sliders that could go in any direction, and I wanted them to be able to be animated, right? And so I could show you what it looked like, but basically UI elements ended up with 5 different callbacks on them, 5 different basically, you know, systems, right, for function pointers that would get executed when you interact with them. Okay, now the tricky thing is that when you click on something, you want to keep executing that animation, right? And so I would have a timer that gets set when you click on something, or hover over something, or start displaying something, or whatever the action is, that would do a specific function that is tied to that UI element. That shit was a pain in the ass. Your render graph is called the frame sequencer. Yeah. Yeah, but my UI system wasn't just the game engine UI, but it was the system to create the UI, right? For the game engine itself, right? For the game in the engine. That shit was like that was definitely the hardest part about the engine. Like, that's probably like one of the hardest things I've ever done. I think the UI file was like 12,000 lines at the end of it. Yeah, those streams were fucking crazy. Yeah. Oh, it was fucking disgusting. I had a lot of fun with it though, but yeah. I guess you can't do this. Oh, because you need to do this before you do this, I think. Okay. You need to do this before you do this, I think. Yeah, because you need... Wait. No, you don't, because grid isn't even used. Grid isn't even used. Oh, but we are... Oh, we need to mem set it first. Oh, I see. Oh, this sucks. We'd also just set that to 0, so then we don't have to do this. And then you could just set usum here. Then you'll combine and present in the UI pin. UI pin is planned to be a... Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah. For me, it was kind of like a separate thing. The UI system had like a different system for the animations because of basically the animations for me was like only skeletal, right? Because the logic for skeletal was so complicated and just for skeletal, right? That like if I was to reuse the system for the UI, it would have been so fucking complicated. So that's why it ended up on not the same thing. But I see that we have to do this. So what I'm thinking is that maybe I can just like put this at the bottom of transpose to the channel major, or transpose to row major, so that we don't have to step over ourselves here and just do it down here. I think that should be fine, maybe. I don't really know. It's hard to say. Okay, it does work. Yeah, I think that this just works. Just do a change icon image function. Yeah. It's nice to have that scripting layer for sure. I probably should have implemented like a scripting layer beforehand. Yeah, that's what I ended up doing. That was my whole point in making UI elements. I forgot what I had to do to make them all tied to like different shaders and shit, but it was not simple. Because then UI elements, it wasn't just one pass to draw the entire UI, of course. Then basically the UI elements ended up living in different buffers, which was fucking cursed. I'm talking about like their vertices, because I wanted them to basically have vertex animations to be possible as well. Soul 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody was telling me to do Angel script back in the day, which I didn't know about, but that seems to work. Yeah, I just wanted to make it as efficient as possible. So every UI element, I didn't want to make a separate, thing, right? I wanted to draw as much of the UI in one pass as possible. And that required a lot of like, if I just like made it so that every thing, it was a batching problem. But, like batching the UI was a big fucking problem. It was definitely not simple. Because so much of the UI doesn't need to be drawn separately. Like, obviously, like in 3D, right, you have like meshes and stuff that need to all be separate in terms of like their limbs have to move, and they have to move around in skeletal animations and shit. But when you're drawing UI, you want to batch as much as possible together, because not everything needs its separate animation or whatever. So SSBOs end up being like the hack for that, because you can simply have a giant SSBO that's indexed with all the UI elements that handles their transforms, right? And so that makes it so that you can draw all of them at once, pretty much every UI element. MDI that's exactly what it is. It's literally just MDI, yeah. But it is that kind of complicated to get it optimized, for sure. Yo, what's up, Rob Roy? Morrow Bay Moore Park? I'm not sure what either of those are. Sorry if I'm ignorant. I have a C-section. Okay, this seems to work, actually. Oh, that glitching is fucked. Okay. Well, that's a problem. Oh. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, so this needs to... We need to only work on our... Oh shit, hold on. Ace's tone mapping is proven to slightly clean up. Oh, I see. I don't know Ace's tone mapping. I just kind of did my own tone mapping based on like, I just like copied code from other people's shaders, like literally. Just like pow-effed in shit. That's basically what mine was. It was very dumb. Yeah, so basically the problem is this temp is made up of T and this C. We have to have all of them finished first. Yeah, we need to have all of them finished first. Okay, so the easiest way to do this is literally to just execute the DFT actually before the frame starts, which sounds stupid, but it may just be necessary. Because by here we have inval everything, so technically that should be legal for us to do. HDR tone mapping. That seems a little bit more complicated than I ever did. And the X is just RGB at any pixel, I guess. That does seem. Oh, I see. Okay, that should do it. Yeah. Okay, we got rid of the jitteriness. Okay, what is our total time now at? 174. That's really good. That's really fucking good. We're actually now at 3 channels. We are bottlenecked by meshing rather than the simulation, which is honestly amazing. Better than I ever thought that we would get, so. Okay, so let's do the hardest part now. By the way, I might get interrupted here by the cat. The cat has been a dick lately. He's like a baby, so it's not like his fault or whatever, but he wakes up early and he just fucks everything up for everybody. So I have to like probably take him in my room. Again, that's a lot of code. That's a lot. I'm reading it. It is kind of hard to read the code like this, I'm not gonna lie. There's a better way to read it. If I make the chat bigger, I can't seem to do that. You're kind of used to having like the lines. Now this really makes me appreciate semicolons, you know what I mean? I used an LED on the GPU. Oh, I see. Yeah, I never did any of that, any of the what you're talking about with auto exposure or whatever. I never did any HDR stuff. I mean, I was making like a, you know, a very retro looking, you know, weird lighting engine, you know. So I never really did anything that looked kind of HDR or realistic. I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, I have no clue about this LOD thing. Like the way you use LOD is interesting. Like the most what I use LOD for was, okay, well, you know, my engine was made to run in 480p, so, you know, I did texture query levels, yeah. Actually, my version of OpenGL, I couldn't even texture query levels, which was really cursed. Yeah, I know what it is. It's yeah, it's how you get the current bitmap level of the texture, but I wasn't actually able to do it with my OpenGL version, which was super fucking painful for me to get around. I forget how I did it. I think I had to fake it. But It was a pain in the ass. Anyway, does this work now? Is this in here? No. Maybe not. Maybe this isn't gonna work. No. God damn it. Of course, because we can't have nice things. Oh, we need a How do I do this? I need to... Okay. Okay, what I can do... Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We will do this to kernel count. And then... Because this is touching the same memory, because this is by C, while this is by K. So this ends up touching the same memory. It's just a race condition. So what I need to do is I actually need, so this is going to be K section and K end, and then I need to also split on the grid as well. I need to go by section and end. And then we'll iterate by the kernel count after, and then do the TFTs. Oh, I see. Last LED card is the whole screen. I see. Yeah, I never did anything that complicated. You would probably like find my post-processing shitters to be pretty funny with the way I did the bear dithering and everything. It was all pretty janky. Where are we mad at? Wait a fucking second. Was this never C1? Oh, fuck. Oh, no, this is fine. It needs to go from C0, I think. Wait. Does it? Wait a second. Or is it C1? Can't be. I think it's C0. Yeah, I don't think it's... Because it's using the input to generate the output, not to... Yeah, it's gotta be C0. Oh, fuck. This can't work, actually. This can't work, actually. No, yeah, this can't work. Yeah, that's crazy. It makes sense though. Makes sense. Yeah, you're just getting the camera model matrix and everything. Yeah, that makes sense. So I was a bit confused on this though, because I thought that like what you were talking about with motion vectors was actually, from the way you described it earlier, it seemed like it was also aware of objects in the scene. So that's also what I was thinking about there, but I'm probably just dumb. I'm rating him. Oh, I see where you get the NDC. How do you... Previous model? Is that what you're talking about? The model yeah, I see that. I see that. But how do you call that? Does it just automatically do it based on whatever you hit? Oh, I see. That's pretty crazy. How do you get the model matrix of the object that you hit? That's pretty crazy. That's crazy that it works out like that. That you're able to deal with because like if it's moving at an angle versus the camera, that's crazy. That works out. That is crazy. Now, if they both worked on the same kernel, then it would work. But this can't work because, and we can't move that down there because, yeah. Okay, let's make a note here. Hit is part of the G buffer. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I never had a G buffer. But, yeah. The G buffer thing does seem pretty nifty, huh? That does seem pretty nifty to have the model matrix or whatever you hit all the time. Definitely could have used that, I think, at some point. Something that I was doing. So this cannot be empty right now. It would need to be its own step that would be done before the next step, but it also needs to exclusively after oh fuck, wait a second. Okay, I have a genius idea. Okay, so let's, oh, okay, I just figured it out. So if k is greater than or equal to k section, k less than k end, then we do that. Okay. See, writing a little comment, I figured it out immediately. Okay. So we're just gonna do this there. Metal in the G buffer, yeah, that's pretty nifty. That is pretty nifty. That is pretty nifty. I never implemented that myself, but I probably should have. That does seem pretty nifty. G position is a standard component. Got it. Got it. So this should work then. Okay, got it. It does work. And now we are fully multi-threaded. Now Sobel is painful, I guess, but we're still at 30 FPS. Or a little bit lower than 30 FPS actually with 3 channels. F is actually surprisingly expensive now. We can probably make it faster. Just generate every map in the G buffer with the forward draw that colors each model. With the information you're trying to put in a buffer. Yeah. I should have assumed that that included the model matrix, yeah. That is pretty neat. Okay. So now we only do the blur if gradient type is a gradient type or gradient mode. It's gradient mode. If it's central diff, then we do the blurring. Otherwise, for Sobel, we don't need to do the blurring. That will save us a lot of time. In fact, let's check how much time that saves us. Wow. Wowzers. Holy shit. Well, that just, that's a third of the time it was, even more than that, so, wow. Sobel is officially the most expensive, so, there you go. That is the most expensive now, and I don't know how to make that faster. We kind of can't sim this because there's really nothing inside of it other than summing it up, so technically you could like sim this, right? But I think the most expensive thing is this branching. It's like, so there's not much that you can do about that. Because the border stuff is specific for each one. Yeah, the branching is the pain. You know what you could do though? You could actually just pad these. We could pad these just like we pad everything else now. In fact, actually, H is padded. H is already padded. We would just have to pad the sum RB. And then we wouldn't have to do any modulus math. We would just have to add. Yeah, we could do that. That's not that bad. That's not that bad to do. Hey, what's up, Raymond? That's a good name. Hopefully the music isn't too loud. I think it's good. If you want it louder, just let me know. Okay. So how are we gonna pad these? The problem with padding them, the padding isn't even the problem because it's just down here. What am I doing? If you want to see what it looks like, I'm working on a 3D version of a 2D cellular simulation. Slash kind of like physics simulation. And I'm doing it on Windows XP for like a challenge. To give myself a challenge. But this is what it currently looks like. We've done a lot of work on it. That glitching out is a bug with something that we just implemented, so we have to fix that. I thought that we fixed that, but I think it is. Maybe it isn't. It's hard to tell. Yeah, that jittering is not supposed to be happening. It's hard. Multi-threading stuff is hard, man. That's the takeaway. Multi-threading stuff is very hard. Multi-threading stuff is very hard. Yeah, so what we did is probably mess something up with instead of the convolve FFT thing. That this logic isn't. Like if we just do if t id equals 0, does it go away? Why was I trying to put a semicolon there? Does it go away? It's kind of hard because it's kind of even hard to see the bug when it appears. No, it's still jittering. Like that, yeah. There, it's jittering in and out. It seems to be based on the channel. Yeah, that jittering is concerning. Concerning indeed. Oh. Oh, yeah. I see. It's this. It's the whole thing. Yeah, the problem is both sections need to be done before we execute the DFT. So, yeah, that's why this is like hard to This is why this is hard to do. If I just do 0 to grid size and then wrap the whole thing, then it will fix itself. If we only single thread it, it'll just fix itself immediately. Because both sections need to get done before we can continue. Before we can do the the reverse FFT. Yeah, there's no jittering anymore. Yeah, I don't think that there is. Sorry, I'm just trying to check. But honestly, we don't lose like a lot of time by just single threading this part. We don't lose a lot of time at all, actually, by just single threading this. It's really not. The most insane thing ever. So let's just do that single threaded for now. Technically, I know how to do it, but there's gonna be a trade-off, right? Because we have to do it in a separate step, right? We have to pseudo join the threads to make sure that they execute that at the same time, and that has its own overhead. So, yeah, which is painful. And something that I want to avoid right now. So, two things we can do next. We can sim the complex multiplication, or we can do the padding, which I think the padding is probably going to be a much bigger gain than, otherwise. So we'd have to have another padding pass, which does suck. We'd have to transpose borders again. On H and some. Yeah. That sucks. I think it's necessary, but we literally are going to copy this fucking function again. Trying to think of any way to avoid doing that is going to be efficient, but I can't think of one that's actually going to be faster than if we just copy it, like literally just copy the fucking thing. And I'm just gonna call this, oh, bro, wait, you have to be kidding me. You can't do that to me. You cannot do this to me. Okay, what? Wait, what? What? You cannot be doing this to me. You have to go home. Oh my god, that sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. yeah, so technically this goes first. This one is going to go first, so this one is going to be sub-bell borders, and some RB is going to take in some RB, actually. Yeah, and H will take an H. What time is it? What is okay, so we'll have this here. I don't know where the other transpose borders is. Oh, it's over here. So transpose Sobel, and then this one, and then the other one. The annoying thing is that they need to be their own steps in the rendering, in the simulation. So we had to create a different thing in the enum. So it's going to happen before Sobel, of course. So transpose Sobel borders. And this will go over here. I don't know why that's not coming up, but we can start the Sobel thing over here just to get a proper thing. We can also do that to make sure that we're what I'm doing right now is I'm just changing some of the profiling stuff so that we can see what's taking the time, you know. Okay, so hopefully that just works out of the box. Hopefully it didn't forget anything. Oh fuck, we're gonna go out of bounds. We're gonna go out of bounds immediately. Okay. Yeah, because some RB isn't padded size. Technically, actually, only some RB needs to be padded and not some. So yeah, I think that we don't need to make some padded unless, you know, it's not necessary. Hey, what's up, Def Colony? How are you doing? Where did I put this buffer? The current time, it's 6 a.m. It is 6 a.m. That's where it is. Grid padded. Okay. And we're not making some padded because the only point of the sum is to end up going into into some RB, but what in the what? That's a good question. I don't even know if some and some RB are necessary. In fact, I'm almost like, I almost want to just like do a test here. How about let's do a test here. Let's try to render, or we don't even render. What's the point of some RB? See you next week. Have I been up all night? I just woke up early. I went to bed early and I woke up early. I had this dream that I bought a house and the it had this infestation of these giant spiders, but they weren't just spiders. They were long spiders with like kind of like centipede looking things, but they had like spidery legs that lifted them off of the ground. And apparently they were eating all of the wood of the house, and so it was becoming more and more unstable. And like the inspector came, and these things are like giant, like the size of a human, and they were like coming out of the walls and crawling all around. And the inspector was like, oh, you guys can't live here, you guys can't live here, you know. But for some reason we didn't have anywhere to go, and so yeah. What the fuck is a long spider? I don't know. It's hard to like explain it, but I have like an image of it in my head. It was they had legs. They weren't hairy, they were black and scaly, like kind of like a scorpion. It kind of looked like a scorpion, but like longer. Anyway, pretty fucking scary dream, but whatever. Yeah, I don't even know why we have some and some RB. Can we just do some? I can't really remember why. Like, where do I use some rather than some RB? Because some always just ends up in some RB at the end of a frame. It's just a waste of an instruction. HRB. Does HRB make sense? Yeah, I think some is an old idea I think I had to have the sum that sums up the growth early, but I don't think we ever, like, it sums it up here, and so that's why I had a secondary buffer. But oh yeah, because I was summing up here, and then I had a different thing here being used for the alpha. I was using that sum for the alpha, but then I ended up not going with that. So yeah, now I just use back directly. Yeah, that's what I was doing. So I was doing Sobel with the sum rather than the H. Yeah. Okay. 9 p.m. Oh, that's late. The inspector was a giant. I don't know if he was no, he wasn't just. He was just a regular guy. I remember I was like really being mad at the person that sold us the house, because there was not supposed to be giant fucking scorpion spiders that were like scary as fuck. I think that they also had human heads on them, which was what really made them scary. And then I had like another dream tagged onto this one, where I was in like a house where there was like this murder kind of game show going on, where that you were like supposed to murder people or whatever. It's kind of like Danganronpa-ish, I guess, but not fucking anime, like real life, I guess. And like, anyway, I knew that I was gonna get killed, and so I was like sleeping on the couch with a knife, and then this guy was on top of me and trying to kill me, but then he didn't know that I was awake. I was pretending to sleep, and then I like cut into his belly, and then I like chopped him halfway in half. Anyway, fairly disturbing dream, but yeah. Anyway, I didn't die. I always almost die in my dreams, but I never die. $55 megabytes per second. That's crazy. I'm lucky we have fiber here. It's not actually like all it's cracked up to be, but it's good. Okay, so we don't need some RB anymore. That's what we learned. So we can just literally get rid of this. So now we just avoid this completely. Oh fuck, no, wait. You know what, like, we can just like mem set it, right? So we teach Optus, we'll be taking the free FTTP upgrade, ditching the old copper VDSL. I see. Okay. So this is a pain in the ass, okay? Because I need to set this to 0 at some point before we hit the transposition. However, I can't. Fuck. I guess I do need a back buffer. We just have too many buffers, man. We do not need this many buffers. Like, we really do not. We really fucking don't. This should not have a back buffer. There's no need. The problem is we need to 0 it down here. We need to 0 it 4 down here. However, it needs to happen before this function. And that's kind of not trivial to do, right? Because we're summing into here. So technically we could just do it down here. Like at the end of reintegration, we could just like 0 the sum out. That's fucking cursed, but we can just do that. You know, if we want to like min-max this shit, we could just like multi-thread it. It can't be faster than just mem setting it. Yeah, let's just do if tid is 0. Mem sets the sum 0, so sum, and now we'll never have to fucking worry about it again. Yeah, I have no clue about any of these fucking things you're talking about. Optus. I've no clue what you guys are talking about. We have fucking Xfinity, Comcast, that sort of shit. So our companies are totally different. So we don't even have to do this anymore. So that's really fast for us now. I think we do have to have back buffers for this for rendering purposes. Heard Comcast sucks. I mean, everything fucking American sucks. They just love to take advantage of you. It's literally just it. Like, they build their shit to fall apart and break just so that, like, dumb old people buy the higher speed plan or whatever the fuck. They just, like, wire shit poorly. They wired our whole house up, like, fucked up, right? They used a fucking cable outside of the house that was not correctly, like, it didn't have the correct grade, like, material for being outside or whatever, and now there's water inside of our cables. It's a fucking disaster. Anyway, we don't have Comcast anymore, so. But I've heard the JavaScript guy rant about their practices. A lot of this shit happens in the US. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all fucked. I mean, don't even get me started. I don't know if you have this shit on Australia, but we have power companies here. Do you have, like, power companies that are literally monopolies? In my state, we have one power company for the entire state, right? And they are for profit. They own everything. In my state, okay, if the power goes out all the fucking time, like, we're talking about sometimes for weeks the power goes out, and we're not even a very rural area, okay? First of all, they service the richer areas first, and then they service the rest, right? So that's another thing. It's literally a monopoly. Like, you don't have another power company option, right? I don't know how that's allowed. How that's, like, fucking legal. Like, does nobody have a problem with that? Like, if you, like, there's no other option, right? So they can just jack the prices up to whatever they want. It's, like, the craziest thing to me. It's just absurd. Instability is like fighting against the change. Points to feeling settled in a new environment job. I've been in this room for the past fucking 2-3 years, man. I don't think that there's anything new going on, man. I think my mind is just fucked up. Anyway, so we gotta remove every sum RB and change it to sum. But I mean, believe it or not, I've read my fair share of Freud. You know, I was a linguistics major myself, so I'm right there with you. You had to get solar? That's fucking crazy. It's all about the environmental impact. Look at you saving the environment. God bless. Okay, now the pain in the ass is actually we have to change every fucking thing in here now. So good fucking luck for me, dude. Oh, also, yeah, I'm missing something for sure. Every IDX has to be a PIDX. True, very true. Could I have written this in a better way? Probably. Also about need to review your goals and how you're pursuing them. Authority figure highlighting problems. Self-reflection or external judgment on your choices. Yeah, I mean, I'm always judgmental of my choices. Hence the you know, self-imposed isolation from society thing, but say it, don't spray it, you know what I mean? An energy crisis of the government fueled solar rebates. Oh, well that's, well, I mean, the whole solar energy thing is good. Solar here is so fucking expensive, so I didn't change these to PIDX. That's what I didn't do. I did miss that part. I missed the part where that's my problem. Uncle Ben. Shout out Spider-Man. Do you know that Tobey Maguire is a bad guy? It's true, he's apparently like a really bad guy. Very sad to hear that. I'm really not missing one here. I guess not. I suppose not. Alright, well that's good. That works for me. I'm probably fucking missing something. I was not very focused when I was doing this. Yeah. I mean, just fucking send it. What are we mad about? Undeclared identifier. What are you fucking talking about? Grid padded. Oh, snap. Yeah, I put the, yeah, that's very true. It's underneath there. Okay, what are we mad at now? Some redefinition. What? This, oh, that's, oh. Just comment this out for now. Spiders. An infestation of bugs reflects worries, anxieties, or fears. Something bugging you in waking life. I mean, I think that it was more like a scary thing. They were kind of like fucking scary, you know what I mean? Not really sure if it was like a... It's more like a, you know, I just like didn't want to go to sleep sort of thing. Spiders eating the wood amplifies this, pointing to something gradually undermining my stability or sense of self. Damn. Yeah, I mean, you and my therapist would get along a lot. Like, you know, das might, your sense of self is deteriorating again. Das might, very, very on point. The wood eating spiders tell all the other spiders to stop crawling. Yeah. Believe it or not, we have that shit here. Like, we have like fucking outdoor roaches. Like, that fly around and shit. It's like not very cool. Okay, so I fucked something up because that's not what it's supposed to fucking look like. So that's not good. The fucked up part though is that we aren't even doing the borders yet, are we? Yeah, I'm not even doing the borders. Maybe that's the problem, but we should not need to do the transpose the borders. Yeah, it should look a little bit different than that, I think. It's kind of hard to tell. It's close, but it's been a dream for a while. Oh, thanks. I mean, I don't, trust me, I don't like mind the psychoanalysis shit. Like I said, I used to fucking read Lacan and be a pretentious douchebag about the whole thing. So I'm right there with you. to be all about that shit. Flying wood-eating spiders? Yeah, dude. Fucking... That's horrifying. If there were flying wood-eating spiders, that would be horrifying. I feel like the scariest thing for me in that scenario is like, dude, like, your house is being eaten by a species that's also scary as fuck. That's horrifying. Scorpion-like, this blends in scorpion symbolism. Painful or hurtful situation. Destructive feelings. Stinging remarks or self-defeating patterns. Yeah. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. We do mem set this to 0. Before we start the transposing. Oh, fuck. Wait. Wait, hold on a second. You're not supposed to mem set it to 0. That's actually what you aren't supposed to do. Because, believe it or not, it's a fucking moving average, actually. Sum is a moving average. But what was I smoking? Yeah, I never find termites scary because they look fucking normal. Like, imagine if a termite spider that's like eating your house, but also could like eat your face off. That's fucking scary, man. That shit is horrifying. Oh, you know what? Also, this is what I did wrong, is that I'm not indexing it properly when I add into it. That's what I forgot to do. I did the border shit right, it's just this is not. This is supposed to be PIDX. Very true. Feeling undervalued. Anger and uncertainty. Unstable. I mean, yeah, I mean it's pretty unstable. I'm right there with you on that one. You know what? I was never doing the sum right because that's what I'm realizing now, is that I always set the sum to 0. So I always had this, so I was never doing the moving average correct. Yeah, this is what it looked like before. So I was never doing the moving average correct. Word. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna like go off on my personal life right now, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of kind of like, you know, fucking what the fuck am I gonna do before I fucking die and eat the dust, you know what I mean, sort of thing. So, you know, funnel webs nest in holes and barrows in dirt. Maybe we could bioengineer them to have wings and aggro like wasps. So that's like a supervillain thing, and I'm all for, like, you know, doing the supervillain thing. Like, let's just like put toxins into the fuck, like, that's fine and all, but let's not bioengineer a scary fucking insect species like Jurassic Park style. Fucking no, let's not do that. No, let's not do that. I would choose to not be a part of that world. If the second you did that shit, I would be like, okay, listen, it's been nice. I'm gonna take my leave now. Enjoy your fucking flying wasp, big, scary spider species. I'm peacing. That's what I would say. It's been fun. I just feel like you got this one without me, you know what I mean? Okay, so when we bill now, blurring on a torus, we no longer have to modulus because that shit is in a channel. Is it in a channel? Okay, it's now in a channel. We already have Emo Warriors, Magpie plans. Yeah, I have no clue what you're talking about because I'm not fucking Australian, but I trust you 100% on that one. Now, based on border, instead of doing this fucking disgusting branching thing that we're doing with if statements in this, what we could do instead is literally just pad. Yeah, we can't actually do that there. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to emulate this without branching here. It's kind of hard. It's basically if it goes out of bounds, it becomes the same one. What we could do is we could copy the exterior into that instead of the other way around. However, that's a pain in the fucking ass. That would be so painful to do. That would be like a day-long project to code that shit. That would be really... Yeah, listen, your supervillain shit is way too scary for me. Okay, it's way too fucking scary. That's actually all that we can do because this stuff is also there. The fun stuff, okay, so here's what we can do. For the none border, here we just continue if we go out of bounds. And what we can literally do is just go section +1 and -1 and just like do this. Just go -1 because that has the same effect, right? That is the same effect. Does it? Yeah, that has the same effect. The none border has the same effect. It's just doing this shit, so. Because it will never go out of bounds now. I told the dream where someone holding a knife. Suggest lacking control. Dominant male figure. Masculine aggression, vulnerability, or feeling overpowered. Yeah, you know, I'm not really sure about that one. There's no, I don't really have that. But yeah, I don't really have that one. Let's upsize the wolf in us, but no, let's not do that. I feel like we just don't have to do that. I feel like that one's... None of that is really necessary. To be honest. That shit seems really unnecessary. You know what's also overrated? Every Jurassic Park that isn't the first one. Hate to say it. Hate to break it to every Jurassic Park fan in the world. But they just really aren't that great, man. The first one's good. But they just, they're just not, it's just not like the coolest thing of all time, you know? Alright, that should speed us up a little bit. Yeah, about the wall border shit, I don't know about that one. That's kind of a pain in the ass. Cutting indicates experiencing a loss of strength. Feeling censored? Okay, obviously fuck this up. Full sizes or cutting things so people out of your life. Yeah, I mean, to me it's just like, I kind of like owned his ass, you know what I mean? Okay, so Taurus seems to work fine. The nun border definitely does not work. Alright, good luck on the depth and opacity mask stuff. Yeah, it appears that my idea with this nun border just didn't really seem to work. It just kind of becomes a blob. Oh. Hold on, maybe it oh. No, you can't do this. You can't do this. Shit, you can't do this. Yeah, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Oh fuck, what the fuck did I just do? Oh my god, it's not showing me what I'm doing. I'm pressing the undo button, and it's doing things, but it's not showing me what I'm doing because they aren't expanded. Oh my god, that's not good. That's really not good. Okay, we gotta expand all the border nuns and then undo what I just fucking did. Okay, it's... You gotta work with me here. We gotta undo all this shit. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, to be honest, everything is kind of relatable, right? At some level, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like everybody is dealing with stress all the fucking time. Like, I can't think of a single person who's just like, oh, I'm just chilling in life, bro. You know? We all have our shit that we're fucking going through all the time, you know? Yo, what's up, Seek? So it's kind of like the same thing with like a horoscope or whatever. It's like, to me, it's like, it's just like, you know, why am I using XP? Because one of my friends said that it would be cool for me to do some programming on Windows XP, and I do like retro programming stuff, so that's why. That is why. Some of the, you know, most fun streams that I ever did was on PS1, so I'm gonna relive some of that fun shit by doing this. And so this branching is kind of unfortunate. You know what we could, oh. Oh, okay. Okay, I just figured out how to implement this, but it's going to be really difficult. I just figured it out. Fuck, man. I like it when things are easy, not hard. I don't like being challenged. That's why I program on Windows XP, because it's easy. Fuck, dude. Okay, I know how to implement this and get rid of the branching, but it's going to be a pain in the ass. It's not actually hard code, it's just really convoluted. Because now, if we want to be fast and be efficient, we need 3 of these functions. We need one of them that fills it with zeros, one of them that wraps around. Yeah. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah. That's cursed. Do you know how much this is? Okay, this is now warranting another file. I think we have to call it here. We really didn't want to call it before now, but we have to call it now. We're going to call it transposition. Okay. So we're just going to start moving everything in here. All of these transposition functions, because we're not fucking polluting this main file anymore with this shit. It's just not, no. That's not happening anymore. Because now we're just going to end up with 1,000 of these functions now, so. Because we might not even need different versions of these as well. Maybe not this one, because this one is... Yeah, it would be this one. Yeah. Basically, the idea is that we have 3 different types of borders. We have one that wraps, we have one that creates a wall, and then we have one that there is no border and we just cut it off, right? We just zero it on the edge. And to avoid any branching during runtime, we pad our scalar field on the sides. Since it's 3D, right, it's all the edges of a cube with a border, so that when we fall off the edge, we have data that is on the other edge, right? Now, the fucking problem with that is that it's complicated. If we want to do other borders rather than just wrapping, we also need to zero it, right? If it's no border, or if it's a wall, we need to basically double the nearest edge. I know you don't understand what I'm saying right now, but I like to pretend, you know. Or maybe you do get it, and now you find me a condescending asshole for saying that you don't get it. Whatever. Okay. I was just thinking maybe we'll just mem set it instead, but the question is, where do I mem set it? Because sum is a moving average, so yeah, don't know. I think you just have to zero it manually, unfortunately. Can't really find your way around it. Now the hardest part, right, so 0, by the way, needs to actually go below transpose Sobel borders, because 0 is actually the none, right? So this is none. What is that? Is that space? Oh, it's just a fucking. And then this is going to be a wall, right? And then this is up here, this is. Oh my god, please collapse the fucking function, please. Thank you. I'm gonna crash the fuck out if you don't collapse it, please. Okay, so. Okay, this is my second time fucking doing this. Okay. Okay, lock in. So now we need to do walls about borders. This is gonna be the hard part. This is the part that I was like crashing out about earlier. It's actually not bad. All we have to do is this. No, it's actually this. That's very confusing. No. Okay, it has to be 0. Yeah, it's 0. It's really confusing because PIDX shifts it over by 1. So you do kind of get a little bit confused in your head here, but it's important to stay grounded and focused. Very true. Well, I can't do my mask and blue noise discard in the same pass, so I'm going to have to either do an image store or another pass. You know what I say? The answer is always another pass. Always. Always. So it should literally just be this minus 1. You don't have to understand what I'm doing here. Okay, just know that it's fucking cursed. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Image store is a sweet bypass. A can of worms it opens up. Well, it's probably fine as long as the worms aren't like, you know, human-sized and flying around. I don't know what image store is, to be honest. I'm imagining a photocopy store. Man, I remember when they used to have fucking photocopy stores that weren't just staples. Shut up, boomers, you know what I mean? Any boomers remember the photocopying stores? Good times. It's just a write to a texture. Okay. Yeah, why? I feel like I just use what is it called? A fucking you know what I'm talking about. I just literally do an upload buffer. Whenever I did that, I would just literally upload the buffer to GL texture, whatever. Maybe that's like a newer way of doing that though. Why does that always happen here? Yes, I know. Shut up. I am nesting a fucking switch case. But, listen. I don't care. Theoretically, which image store I can use discard and have my opacity all in the same pass. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I've never done image store. I just do the fucking just manual buffer upload to the texture. But maybe that's stupid, and I'm stupid, and whatever. You know what I mean? You got what I'm saying. You got it. You get it. I am stupid. Okay, so now we can theoretically get rid of all of this stuff. Wait. Not for central differences. I'm sorry, central differences. I can't actually get rid of that for you. I actually can't. Okay, I'm just gonna comment it out for now because I don't really know if this is gonna fucking work or not, so. Oh shit, this is a groovy beat. Man, I miss fucking making music, man. Good times. I feel like this project is going to be so fun when I upload it to GitHub and then just say, you know, it's done. Hello, this is my project. I think that'll be cool. Okay, back to working. Old MIDI keyboard. Yeah, I've got a lot of instruments in this room, like my guitars and I have a MIDI keyboard too. It was never a good one though. I could never afford a fucking good one. I always wanted a Nord, but it's fucking like 500, 600 bucks or whatever. Discard prevents everything. That happened in the frag. I see. Oh, okay. You no longer have a DAW? Yeah, I mean, me neither, because I have Linux on my computer, so. I mean, just like, I think Ableton is a good enough reason to just have Windows, to be honest. Ableton is just, I've tried every other fucking DAW, and like nothing comes close to what I'm able to do in Ableton. I don't know why. People make good music in every fucking DAW, but I really can't use anything that is in Ableton. It's just so fucking good. FL works on Linux. Yeah, Ableton doesn't. At least as far as I know. I haven't tried, but as far as I know, yeah. But yeah, like the shit that I'm able to do in Ableton, like FL is good for making beats and stuff that's quantized, right? But what you can do in Ableton is like shit that's completely off. You know, not quantized at all. That's what Ableton is good for, is for splitting based on, you know, weird shit and creating like weird noise and Foley shit, you know. FL Studio is like great for, I don't know, arranged music, but if you have like any sort of like experimental sort of shit that you're doing, Ableton is just always going to be like so much fucking better. Maybe it's slightly different, but it's hard to tell if wall is working, because we don't really. We can try regular RT and see. We're obviously going to be biased, but I just want to see if. We're biased because Sobel is biased. It's not us that's the problem, but. It is pretty hard to tell if wall is working. I think it is though. Looks like slimes. What's up, my slime? It does. I used to use FL. Currently I only have MPC beats. Yeah, I know MPC beats, yeah. Yeah, Audacity is good. It's just like, you know, you can't really. Ableton is awesome because all of Ableton's stock plugins are just miles ahead of FL's, to be honest. Like, Ableton's plugins are so good that you really don't need any VSTs. Like, you could, like, not have any external VSTs. Like, the EQ in Ableton is, like, miles above FL's EQ. Oh yeah, I know exactly the one. I think mine was like a nuclear. I liked having all of the extra keys on it. I think it's like a 70 something key one. Because I used to like actually play the piano on my thing. I remember when I first went to music school, it was like such a mind-blowing thing that I just like had a piano. Like when I went to music school, you just literally got a key to the piano rooms, and you could literally just like go there. If you're like a composition student, you could just like literally go there and just play a piano in like a sound enclosed room at any time you want. I would go there like 3 a.m. and just like play or whatever, you know. That was the coolest part about it. And it was like, you know, a really good piano. It was like a giant Yamaha Grand in all of those rooms. That was like the coolest part about going to fucking art school, to be honest, was just being able to just, you know, have that, you know. I never had a good piano like that to ever play on, you know. It's a lot of fun. Recorded a lot of stuff there. Something 3. Oh yeah, Nexus 3, yeah. Yep. Yeah, Serum, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I did all of that. I did that, and that's done. Now I'm kind of wondering, like here, we do this thing with the torus. What? I'm trying to avoid branching in other places, I guess. But I don't think that I branch at all anywhere else, actually. The most I do is I branch here, right? With this sort of logic. But I don't think that that's avoidable. Like if I look back at this, right, what we would do is yeah, we can't. We have to branch. We have to branch here. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think anybody pays for any of that shit. Like, no one pays for any of that shit. I know, like, for me, like, the only time I ever played on, like, the legit versions of any VSTs or any DAW was when I went to art school and I was in the production studio or whatever. And also when I was in, you know, just like music studios, they like would actually like have like legitimate, it was like mind-blowing to me like how different things are when you don't have like the janky, you know, pirated version of shit, you know. That was mind-blowing to me. Like I mean, all of the greatest plugins are the wave plugins. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they're really the way, like the greatest plugins. What am I working on? It's like a cellular simulation. That's kind of like a physics simulation. For a challenge, I'm doing it on Windows XP. So that's what all of this is. That is what all of this is. And you know, it comes with a kind of like a panel to, you know, tweak all the parameters and stuff. Windows XP, the year of 2026 is pretty nuts. Yeah. I think new software is pretty cool, but one, I don't have a good computer, and also second, I think old hardware makes you write good software, which is what I'm kind of interested in doing in the age of fucking AI, you know. I really used to make a lot of stuff with stock plugins. Yeah. Yeah, all you kind of need is Serum, and you're kind of good to go. Yeah, I don't think that I need to actually do anything here. I think if I want to do anything, I can do it here. But then I should make some as packed or padded. Wait, hold on a second, no. Let's think about this, because if we go over the whole... Yeah, I think you do need to actually branch here, because... Yeah. Yeah, it is slightly different than if you don't. Yeah. What we're doing is also slightly different, because now we're basically just zeroing the gutter instead of doing this branching check. It's actually slightly different what's happening here. But I don't think it matters. I mean, to be honest, what we're doing right now is just such a... I want to see even like how fast is this? Like, what is the speed that's gonna print out here? Yeah, it's not even a big speed optimization. It's actually just like a very minuscule. I expected it to be more, to be honest. Yeah. New software sucks ass. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Ad you can shove into, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's mainly about how much data you can mine, too. The cool thing about Windows XP, when you download it and when you install it, it has this, like, this thing where it's like, it asks you if you want to install automatic updates, and then it says, like, don't worry, Windows will never take your information. It doesn't ask for your email, doesn't ask for your name, doesn't ask for anything. It just asks if you want automatic updates. That's it. It's like, you don't have to have a Windows account or any of this other bullshit to use it. It's incredible. Vital's like serum. Yeah, I don't know about Vital. I don't remember that being a thing. Maybe that's like a newer thing, but I don't really remember it. Entire DAWs open to process their audio. Yeah, it's so crazy that that's like the norm nowadays, that you have to have like a Microsoft account to fucking have a computer. Like, what the fuck is that? That is so bizarre. See, like this central diff border none, I'm pretty sure that you could just do +1 here. And it does the same thing. I'm trying to think. I think it does. So we could do that. There's something that I just thought of, and then I fucking just lost the train of thought in my mind. Oh yeah, that wasn't a actual performance increase, and I was trying to figure out why. I thought that was going to be a big increase, but maybe we can look and see. Literally all we're doing is summing and multiplying. Does doing this in line matter? Like we could do all of it in line. I mean, I don't think that it shouldn't matter. It's very simple for the compiler to just do that for us. Like we could, yeah, that's as far as we can go with it. Maybe if we specifically do this, I think the compiler should be able to just deal with that for us, but It's like very, very micro opt, you know. Maybe this is a thing where we can do simmed. Like, what would this look like, right? Let's just say, like, theoretically, we want to sim this. How painful would this be to sim? And, like, what would... I feel like the benefit would not be there, but we can try it. Because I'm all about sim nowadays, so we can try. Yeah, signing into... Sorry, my monitor went dark. Signing into Minecraft and the launcher signs you into a Microsoft account. Do they own Minecraft? Do they own Minecraft? Use Rufus. I see. I see. Have you heard the news about the official Microsoft Copilot Discord server? No, I have no clue what the fuck that is. I have no clue what the fuck that is. The tricky thing here is that this... How would I sim this? If I go across, right, technically H is in order that way, and so technically we would just do... Technically it would be this, right? Would be the first one, and then we would just load in. We'd have to put this in X last order, and then also load this in. Or something like that. Hey man, hope you're doing well. Nice to see you again. What's up? yeah, good luck on the work today. Nice to see you too. Wish I had this. What I'm working on right now with the sim shit. It's pain, but it's awesome. It's fun. Not just old Minecraft. Yeah, I didn't know that it was Microsoft that owns it. Copilot is their AI service. Yeah. Oh, I thought that Copilot was a thing inside of VS Code or some shit. They'll ban you if you say microslop. Yeah. I think Notch is an interesting... I feel like they should do a documentary on Notch. Like, he's like one of these guys that's like... I think he did not... He's someone who should have not gotten famous. You know what I mean? Like, he's a smart guy, right? Who made like a really like a genius thing. But he's like a really weird... He does have documentaries, yeah. It's interesting to think about Notch because I think he's just one of these characters that should have never gotten famous, right? I think the fame really fucking got to him because he, I don't know, I think he changed a lot. And I like read this article about him and how he's like extremely lonely, you know, and does like drugs and stuff, and you know, so I kind of have like pity and sympathy for the guy, you know, but maybe I shouldn't, I don't know, but I can assume that he, you know, is like, you know, a rich kind of drug addict, lonely guy, you know, but yeah. You were behind in this stream, that's fine. That is absolutely fine with me. So grid pad, this is channel major, which is exactly what we need for this. The problem is, I kind of wish it was channel major, to be honest. That would make our job a lot easier in this case, but it's fine. Where was I? I was literally inside of here. So this array, we now need to okay, so we need to put, okay, so this is going to be z, y, x, okay. The reason why is because x always needs to be at the end. I know that this is fucking cursed. It is, they are technically the same in both directions. I don't know if all of them are. They are. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay, good. So if they're the same in both directions, then they can be ZYX. Technically, we need... What the hell was that? To load in for simd. Okay. Okay. What I'm doing here is going to be cursed. So... Okay, so we need to load in one row at a time for talking about the key to the room. Oh yeah. That was so awesome. That was so awesome back in the day. That was, I remember I would just go in there all the time to play. It's funny how fast the money corrupted the guy. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think money just corrupts people. Like, I think money and power just makes you a dick. Like, I feel like if I had money and if I had power, I would probably be a dick too. To be like 100% honest. I think that it's just poisonous, you know? And so, I don't think that Notch was always a dick, you know? And so I think that that's an interesting thing. Because if you look back at him back in the day, he was not like that. He was not like that at all. And so, I think money and fame just can absolutely ruin who you are. Absolutely, you know. So yeah. How are we gonna do this? I feel like I'm thinking about this a bit too hard, but also it's not, it's very complicated what I'm thinking about. So basically this is really complicated to think about. Okay, so every 3 I load in, I'm going to be loading in this, right? This, right? We're just going to be going like this. He basically just turned into a rich asshole, yeah. I mean, I think that's just like, that's just some people's personalities though. Like, you can say that about like so many rich and famous people that like just get famous and turn into assholes. Like, that's just like, I think some people just cannot handle being famous and rich. Like, some people just can't handle it. And so, I don't know. I don't really blame people like that. I've met so many during my time in LA. I met a lot of rich and famous people, or people that were, their parents are rich and famous people, right? And they are miserable. They are miserable, sad people. And so I do have a lot of pity for them, actually, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel especially bad for the children of rich and powerful people, because they especially, they never know what it's like to not be around people that are always, you know, trying to take advantage of them, you know. Sad was the only one in his family that was fighting for him to succeed in being a famous game dev. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, and I bet he has drug addiction problems as well. So I'm not surprised. yeah, so as we go through it, it's going to be going through this, right? As I load in. Wait, maybe we can just swap this, right? Is the output gonna be the same? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I need to manually rotate them. I think that this is the z-axis. Wait, maybe not. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so this is the z-axis. So it's not the same. Fuck, this is really hard, actually. Yeah, I don't know if I would really call him a douchebag, you know, because of his, you know, mental health and stuff. You know, like, I also have struggled with, you know, my just like bipolar problems, right? And so anybody who has this sort of thing is like, you know, I definitely have a lot of pity for them, you know, because I've definitely done and said things that I did not really mean, you know, because of my illness, you know. So, especially when it plays into these things like ego and, you know, people like, for example, Kanye and like fucking, even like people that like retroactively like think of these people as like good guys, like you know, the guy from the Beach Boys, you know, that everybody loves retroactively, you know, but they forget about all the shit that he did, you know. And so like I have a lot of pity for those people because I've also done and said a lot of things that I regret, you know. And so yeah, definitely too. I don't know. I find it really hard to judge people's actions. Usually I only, you know, judge people when I really can understand the intent, you know. I don't know. Notch does not strike me as someone who is genuinely hateful. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like that, like drugs and mental illness will do that to you. Well, it will make you fucking crazy, you know, 100%. But I don't know. What you perceive is not always the full truth. Fill the gaps with your experience and judge people. Yeah, exactly. Having issues and reacting in certain ways. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Like so I take it with a grain of salt when I like see somebody like him like freaking out, you know, and you know, I don't know. There are like definitely some like I wouldn't extend the same thing to like people like Elon Musk, you know, like they really, people like that genuinely feel like they, you know, really reflect on themselves. But I think Notch to me just feel like the guy is just really troubled, you know. But yeah. I mean, I think it's really easy to fall into that, especially when you're lonely, you know. Like, just imagine being in his shoes, you know. He has no friends, you know. His only friends want to take his money, you know. Like, that's kind of the problem when you get rich and famous, you know. It's like the loneliness just kills you, you know. I know those people personally, and how hard it is for them, and how they, much like myself, retreat from society, you know, because they just don't trust people anymore and they hate people, you know. It sucks. Anyway, I have no clue how, like, so okay, so here's something interesting, right? The SZ array, the Z array, is literally just a rotated version of the SX array. As you can notice, this, and this are this. And then the next one is the middle. And then the next one is this one. This is really difficult. I don't know, like, how. My idea is to literally just swap the Z and the X array when we load them into simd. This is hard, man. You could technically load them into registers beforehand. Like, if you just did how many would you need? You would need 9, right? Yeah, you would need 9. This is like some of the craziest sim shit I've ever done. I really don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off. I don't think you're supposed to do shit like this. I used to browse this work all the time after the whole thing went down on Twitter. As stupid as it was, pretty upsetting. Yeah, I feel for you on that. I feel for you on that. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks to have somebody that you look up to or that you enjoyed the work of, like, turn out to be an asshole, you know? It really sucks. Like, when I came to like hear about like the Kevin Spacey shit, like, that made me really mad. That really pissed me off, you know. A lot of people like that, you know. That really, really affected me because I'm an artist, you know, and I really, you know, their work kind of means something to me. you know? And it's like kind of sad. But a lot of times we're researching the work. Yeah. Yeah, I hate also how people say you can separate the art from the artist. No, you can't. You cannot. As an artist myself, you cannot. You literally can't. It's just not possible. No, you can't actually do this. You have to do this. But this is the tricky part. What I'm doing here, I have no clue what I'm doing. I like actually have no clue what I'm fucking doing. There's also an int. I could just make them floats just for the purposes of doing this. Yeah, the thing is, the ZZ is at the end, so you can't do this. You can't do this. You have to do it the other way. Fuck, I feel like I'm gonna get dragged down a rabbit hole right now. This is hard. We're gonna attempt this. I think technically you want this like this. Technically. And you're loading it into fuck, man. This is hard. This is really hard. I don't know how to do this. You want, SX has Z, SX has X on the, no, XYZ, a Z on the end. So this is Z on the end. Hey, what's up, Aria? This is Z on the end. And then we need to get X on the end, and X in this case would be this. So to get that on the end, we do this. This. This, right? So we just, yeah, this is really complicated what I'm doing here, Arya. It's like fucking really annoying. So basically I have this Sobel convolution that I'm trying to do, or that I've been doing, right? So we have these three kernels, right, that are basically just like matrix transformations of each other. But I want to do it in simmed, right? And so the difficulty here is that I need everything in my layout is the X is last, right? In terms of how I iterate things. So when I load in, if I did a load on H here, if I did a load on H, it would load in X for X values, right? And that's the stride. And so the problem is that if I load in like that, and I want to do like just one in the X direction of the kernel, right? And then you would just like get rid of this, right? The problem is that this is Z on the end in terms of the kernels. So I'm like trying to figure out if I like need to transform it by hand or what. Like, it's very annoying. It's really annoying. So I was thinking, like, if I preload it into registers like this, if it's possible, I was thinking like maybe SX is the transform of, it's hard to figure out though. Because like this, for example, this is Z, so this would be Z, right? So if we think like if we transform this ordering, then this turns into, or does it become, this becomes this. This becomes this. No, you want this. You want -1, -2, -1, -2, -2, -2, -4, -2. Or do you want 0? Wait. No, you want this stride. It has to be that, right? That, then that, right? And that's what this is. So maybe this is the Z of this. So that's what I was thinking, is that you just put SX into SC and the other way around. Maybe. I don't know. But maybe I'm just thinking about it too hard, I guess. I don't fucking know. But yeah. Yeah, it's hard to do this in my head. Okay. I mean, I say that we just go for it, I guess. Is SY really going to be SY though? I feel like SY is just... Yeah, so this is like, if you think about it, it's like cutting through in 3D, right? That's what this is. It's like the z-axis is going that way. And the y-axis is obviously going down. And so what we want to do is we want to switch x and z. And so we just swap those two. The problem is that on the God, this is fucking so complicated. Okay, so z goes to x. And then y has z on the end, and now you want to get x on the end. And so you need to get the z, or the x on the end. So that would be this, -1, -2, -1, -2, -4. Oh, but you don't have that. That doesn't exist. Fuck, we don't have that matrix. We'd have to make that by hand. Sonic Ethers, John Lynn. Cool. Yeah, I've never heard about that. Yeah, we might have to do this by hand. Fuck. I've never had to do this before. This is ridiculous. Okay. So we want to get z on the end, and z is, so that's -1, -2, -1. This is crazy. This is exactly what, this is exactly this. I'm writing exactly the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Okay, so SX2 will just be SZ, but SY will not be. Okay, so now -1, -2, -1. I think I'm doing this correct, or is this the y-axis? Is this the second axis? I'm thinking 1, 2, 3. That has to be y. That's in y. 1, 2, 3. That's y. That would be in y. I mean, logically that's in y, but maybe it's... No, yeah, this is wrong. This has to be going down. It has to be going down. Yeah, this is going down. Okay. Okay, so then this is going down too. So this has to be negative. Yeah, this is 0, 1. this is, then it's negative 2, 0, 2. Then it's negative 1, 0, 1. And then we just swap the row. Negative 2, 0, 2. Negative 4, 0, 2. 0, 4. Two, 0, 2. God, I hope that I'm doing this right. There's really no way to check. I'm just going based off of logic. Okay. Okay. So now we need to go down in okay, so this is going to be okay. I have no clue if this is gonna work. I'm really worried about it. It just doesn't feel right. Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm almost, okay, so before we even do simmed, we should actually make sure that this works. Like, we should just not even touch this simmed wise, and we should just like literally just switch DX here and DZ here. Because that has to work first. This is harder than matrix transformation. Well, I mean, it is kind of matrix transformation, isn't it? But it's doing it by hand. This shit always confuses me whenever I see the transposition stuff. So doing it by hand is even more confusing. The thing that I'm wondering is, if DZ is here, then I'm going to be pissed. But it should. Z becomes X, but what does Y? 1, negative 2, negative 1. 0, 0. So that wait. 1, 2, 1. Are they the same? Wait, is the negative 1, negative 2, negative 1, 0, 0, 0, negative 2, negative 4, negative 2, 0, 0, 0, and this going down, this, 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 this. Wait, no, no, no. No, it's not. It's not, it's not. Wait, I did it wrong. Wait, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did it fucking wrong. Oh my god. Fuck, man. I've never done my own shaders. That does sound fun though. Time travel beard. Yeah, I never did any of that stuff. I played a fair share of Minecraft though. This has to be the z-axis, right? So this, oh my fucking god. So this is actually this. So this is actually this. Has to be next. And then it's this. So we did it backwards. And now it's 0. Zero, zero, zero. And then it's all positive. Yeah. Wait, but this is SY. Oh my fucking god. Oh. No. Wait. But now SY is the same thing as SX. And then this, wait. Okay, I'm really fucking confused now. Okay, so what is SY2 then? SY2, oh my god, SY2 is the same thing as SC2. What? Oh no. This is cursed. Okay. I feel like I may be a little bit over my head here with it. Okay, but then how did SZ get to be that? If we follow the same logic, right? Right? Just transcribe it that way. 1, -2, no 1. Okay, so we didn't do this correct. We did this one in a fucked up way. Wait. Because -2, yeah, this, and then this becomes 0. If this becomes that, I'm gonna be pissed off. Yeah, it's sick. You should really be proud of it. It's it looks great, the stuff you've been doing with the ray tracing stuff. Uh, 1, 2, 1, -2, -4, -2. This is gonna turn out to be the same thing as SX2. Wait, this is, wait. It's the same in both of the axes are the same here. It's the same in both directions. This is the same as this. It's the same. So rotated, it's the same. That can't be right. No, that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be right. No, 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 no. Okay, you know what? I say we just send it and then let's just do it. Let's just fucking send it. What is that, man? Why is that? Why is it every time I transform it, the matrix ends up the same way? It looks the same. What? What the fuck, man? Okay. Okay, let's just make sure. Does this also need it? No, it's not so well. I feel like that can't be right. Like the X kernel can't be the same as the Z kernel. That's just not, it's not correct. It's just not correct. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I know. Just compile, bro. Oh, we don't have Sobel turned on. That would probably be good. Oh wait, Sobel is turned on. Wait. That looks correct. Wait, hold on. This looks correct. It was kind of hard to tell. But it doesn't seem awfully lopsided or biased or anything. Yeah, I mean, I guess the real test would be to actually just like put it back with Z in the other direction and then like just see if it still works fine. Okay. Okay, it looks different. It looks different. It started up differently. Okay. Okay, that was different. That was different. Okay. I think we successfully did it. I think I did it. Okay. Okay, that was proof enough for me to you know, to be convinced of it. And now it's time to put it all the way back. It's very strange that the Z kernel and the X kernel end up the same if you rotate them. Like identical. Fucking bizarre. Don't know how that works. But whatever. Oh shit. I wasn't using the second one. Okay. Well, my celebration was a bit too early. That's painful. That does suck. That does suck a fucking lot. Right? Yeah, I don't know anything about ray tracing, man. Looks cool though. Okay. I mean, this now. Yeah, yeah. Fucking god, bro. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Not having any black boxes in code just feels so good. Are you talking about this? Fuck, dude. Yeah, I didn't know anything about image store, so that was new to me. So no, I mean like not having any part of the code that's just plug something in. Yeah. That is very true. I thought you were talking about light mode. Man, light mode is awesome. That's my real computer, yeah. This is my real computer. I got a capture card. Okay, so listen. So this is currently this is the Z axis, right? X, Y, Z is at the end, right? And so this is Z, right? This is Z right here. Okay. So we need to swap this and this, okay? And every time I try to fucking so I try to put this which specs my main PC runs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have 4 gigabytes of RAM on this. I have a AMD FX 4300 and a Radeon RX 200, I believe. So you would think like maybe I should look up how to do this. Yeah, I don't fucking want NumPy, man. Like, yeah, it's just like, oh, do np dot arrange dot reshape, dude. Like, shut the fuck up, man. How do I just do this manually? Oh man, you're not speaking my language. You would love to, hmm. it would be okay if I didn't have to like figure out how to do this every time. Like I have to do it with a different convention every time and then do all of them. I wish it was just one array that I was checking. Actually, I could just do it with... Yeah, you know what? There's only like 3 or 4 different permutations of this, right? So what I should do is I should just literally just only do one of them. And then the other ones just stay the same. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to try to rotate X first by hand, and then once I get the correct orientation, then I'm just going to do the rest. Because I can't figure it out. Okay. I think that this is where it ends, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's just do the one that we're doing. So it's Sobel border none. So this is the only one that we're touching. We just won't touch the other ones because they're not relevant for us right now. Okay, so let's just try to rotate SX to SX2. So we tried it going down. We didn't try it going through. So if we go 0, 0, this is, wait, that's what we had last time. Yeah, let's, is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so now let's try going down, I guess. -2, yeah. So we didn't try this. Because this is SY. This turns out to be SY. Okay, here's... Let's just try this. Yeah. Sure, using SC as X. Okay, it doesn't work. It does not work. Oh wait, hold on. This is not gonna work either. Yeah. Okay, so it is the fault of that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's not that. So you can't just use SX, SC as SX. You can't. So it's definitely not. That makes it SY. And this makes it SZ if you do that. So what is the other option here? Just literally do this? Yeah, but this is the same as this. This is the same thing as that. Oh. Maybe there's a way that we can not have to do this. No, I don't think that there is. I think that we have to do this. Yeah, because, yeah. I wonder what it's going to be like pausing the state between every G-pass draw. Yeah, I don't know. I've never used whatever you're talking about. I just use the GL upload buffer or whatever it is. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, I've tried every single transformation I can think of. There's one right unit test for game engines. You're not speaking my language. I mean, other than going diagonally, but there's no way that that's it. Never heard of GL upload buffer? Yeah, I think it's a thing. I think that's what it's called. That's what I would use to update my like light map and shit. A unit, like the variable no, a unit test. As in, does a unit test pass? Is the code good? Or is the code suck? Like that sort of unit test. Can you use it inside of a shader? Oh yeah, that's not an inside the shader thing. Sorry. That's an outside the shader thing. So I'm just stupid, you know. Here's something. Let's just literally write a function that does this so that we don't have to do this shit. Like, I don't know why I'm trying to do this shit by hand when I literally can just, like, fucking write the program that does it. Like, I don't... Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, actually, what is fucking wrong with me? I can literally just write a program. I just write code, man. Like, what? I've been here for, like, 20 minutes. Just literally just write the code that does it. And then just fucking prints it out, man. Like, it's not complicated. It's really not that bad. It's really not that bad. Right, so we want to just print out. Yeah, it's actually annoying because now we have to do the fucking printout stuff on here, which is not good, but whatever. Yes, we have to as printf into a buffer every time we want to print to the fucking terminal. Yeah, it sucks, man. It really, it's not great. Okay. This is fucking programming, man. I've never programmed this hard in my entire life. Oh, I love fucking Windows XP, man. It's awesome. Okay, give me the truth. Give me the truth here. Okay, I did this in a fucking really stupid way. Okay. Yeah, I did this in a really fucking stupid way. Wait. But... What? What? Wait. Oh, because we didn't... One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait, what? Why is it does not... Why does it not... Oh. Right. Because 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait, but... Oh, because it's multi-threaded. Oh, God. That's true. You got me on that one. It is multi-threaded. Oh, it is multi-threaded. Okay, give me the answer. Give me the answer. Okay. So every other one. So this. Shut the fuck up that this is exactly the same. Why are all the numbers the same? What? Wait. God. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. What are you talking about? The x-axis is, it's the same. The numbers are exactly the same in the same order. In every position. What? No. Are all of them the same? What? Okay, this one's different. Y is different. Okay, Z is exactly the same. Z does not change. This is our Z1 is the same as Z2. We were correct on that. Y is not the same. Wait, I was right about this. Wait, I was right about this. Wait, I was right about Y? Oh, wait, this is X. Wait, this is X. Wait. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm actually so fucking stupid. I think what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? Wait, what? The fuck are you talking about? It's gonna be accessed as an image rather than a texture. That sounds cursed. That does sound cursed. That sounds so cursed. Okay, so let's look at the one, two, yeah, so like that. So it's okay, maybe we don't question it and we just write the fucking code. Wait, but okay, no, let's just copy it into the same place that it's saying, right? So that's the same. Then this becomes 0. And then this becomes... Wait, it's the same. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. 1, 2, 1? Wait, I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. This is they're exactly the same. They're exactly the same. No, you're being fucking funny right now. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Maybe this is... Maybe we just iterate like this. Maybe we just have to iterate like this. And I'm just being stupid. Yeah, the order actually matters, so we iterated it, of course, so. Wait. No, the order doesn't matter because we have to load them in. We have to load them in. Can't attach it to the frame buffer? Yeah, that's whatever you're doing is really cursed right now. Okay, so now lock in. So -1, yeah, so this is correct. So now this is supposed to be -2, -1, -2, -4, -2. 0, 0. Wait, why is 2 there? Wait, what? -2. Wait. 1. -1, -2, -1. Wait, this is 0. Wait, no, I got on the wrong line. So this is -1, -2, -1. Okay. So it's this, and then this has to be 0. This whole line is 0, right? Yeah, this whole line is 0. Okay. I think we had this before. This is SY. It works? Nice. Congratulations. You know what I'm discovering? Maybe we never actually were iterating it in the right way. So this last line becomes 1, 2, 1. I think we were always iterating it the back way. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. It's hard to think of what's going on here. So 2, 4, 2, and then this is just 1, 2, 1. Okay. So, okay, let me get rid of this for now. So, oh my god, oh my god, oh my fucking god, oh my 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 god. I'm so fucking excited. Okay. Lock the fuck in. We figured it out. I mean, I figured it out, but that's fine. That is absolutely fine. Okay. So now, following the same fucking convention, okay, now we translate sy into sy2. Or we could just use the nifty function we made to keep doing it. Okay, that's absolutely fine too. It works? Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't think that the OpenGL pipeline was meant to be used like you're using it in that way right now. That does seem pretty cursed what you're doing. Does mean I could draw in front and behind a texture, get both depths and store it in 2 textures. Curse blending technique. Yeah, I feel like there's another way to do that probably. I still don't really understand what you're doing. I still don't really understand what you're doing, to be honest. 0, 1, -2, -4 becomes 0, 2, -1, 0, 1. And then it becomes -2, 0, 2, -4, 0, 4, -2. -1, 0, 1. Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. Okay, so sy is correct. sy is correct. Okay. Now sz needs to be corrected as well. Yeah, I don't know why I was really trying to do this by hand when I could have just like rotated it, just like literally programmed it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Dude, I make everything so fucking complicated, needlessly complicated every time. Okay, so I was right about this though. The values are all the same. I was right about that. SC is okay, so I was right about that. I was right to be confused, because that is fucking confusing. SZ2 is the same thing as SZ. SZ is the same thing as SZ2. You were here for moral support. That's how I feel when Oops is talking about all this stuff that I have no clue about. I'm here to listen, and I'm here to marvel, and that's about it. Okay, man, that's great. That's great news. I'm just gonna make sure that it works. Yeah, I think so. I'm happy enough with it. That's fine. Okay, I think we can get rid of this, hopefully. Okay, now the tricky part is this. This looks cursed, and that's because it is cursed. I'm preloading registers. Preloading it into registers. Okay, so this is, of course this is going to be x, but it actually is x on the end. Okay, let's just call it DZ because technically it is, right? Okay, so we need to be SX2, right? I have no clue if this is going to work. I've never written code like this before. Why did I do 2? This is technically going out of bounds, by the way, but we're just going to pretend like that doesn't matter. That it's fine. It's just going to read garbage, and it doesn't matter. Okay. Also, to avoid any extra operations, we should just be going this. Okay, let's just do that. Okay. Okay, so we preload these into these little nifty little things here. And then use them during the convolution, right? So now what we can do is we can just do this, right? This is instead gonna be DZ. How does that sound? Okay. And now that we've preloaded those into registers, we should just be able to index into them and just use those preloaded things. So, why did I do that? What the fuck is wrong with me? It works. The draw order is messed up. Yeah, whatever you're writing sounds very, very, very cursed. Okay, so we have these loaded in. So all we need to actually do is we're gonna load in HCIDX, so 4 of them in, but we're only gonna do 3, and then we'll have a mask. The same thing we do over here. Let's also get the same mask because I don't remember. I think it's mask. It's this mask. Yeah, we're gonna need a mask. Because we need to discard one of the channels, the last channel, because we can only do 3 at a time because it's a 3x3x3 kernel. Okay. So now we just have to wait, hold on a second. I think we need to horizontally sum all of it. Fuck. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Likewise with this summing here, what we're gonna do is I'm going to create 3 registers here. Set 1 PS. I think you can just do this. Or is it, what is it called? Yeah, no doubt. So it's just, you just set it to 0, and then we'll accumulate into these registers and then just horizontally sum once is the efficient way to do it. Yes. I know what I'm doing. It's you who doesn't know what you're doing. Yes. Okay, so sum x equals add ps sum x Uh, Bro, I've got no clue if I could do it that right. That is the craziest line of code I've ever fucking written. I have no clue what the fuck that is, man. Oh, dude. That's good. Okay. Okay. So we add into those registers. And now wait, but is the fourth channel always going to be bad here? Yeah, no doubt. Okay, so you just like kill the fourth channel now, and then horizontally sum. It's like the same thing that we do here. It's just this. It's literally just the same thing. The problem is that we have to do this for each one. One does kind of wonder if this is slower than just fucking doing this by hand. But we're just gonna we have to do 3 horizontal sums though. Isn't this crazy? This might be crazy. This might be crazy. I feel like this has to be more inefficient than what I'm doing beforehand. I feel like it has to be, right? Like if we're doing all this shuffling and summing. God, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Layout, early fragment test in. Yeah, I got no clue. Yeah, I got no clue what that is. Early fragment tests? That's insane. That is insane. Now I just need to replace W with some X. At all. At all, like I'm writing a fucking paper. Okay. Nah, this is cooked. This is fucking cooked. DX undeclared identifier. What? Oh, yeah. This could actually be X, it's actually X minus 1, believe it or not. Where? Oh. Oh my god, does it fucking work? Okay, no, it's a little bit stupid. No, it's a little bit stupid. It's a little bit stupid. Oh, fuck. It's a little bit stupid, man. I feel like I'm gonna finish this and it's gonna be slower than what I already did. Why is it a little bit stupid? Do I have to iterate it the other way? It might be that I have to iterate it the other way. Because I did store it. Just send it. Just fucking send it. Shut up and send it. Nah, it's a little bit stupid. It is a little bit stupid. You do notice that? Apparently the depth ordering tests happens when the frag finishes. I see. I get it. I get it. I get it. You're writing your own ordering. That seems pretty intense. That does seem pretty intense. That does seem pretty intense. Fuck. Why is it stupid? Why is it stupid? It can't be the other way around. That's not possible. Yeah, that automatically just ruins everything. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Am I turning into a fucking werewolf? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's why I was a little bit stupid. Okay, now it's not stupid anymore. Now it's back to being regularly stupid. Okay, okay, we figured it out. We figured it out. And now the question is, the benchmark, in terms of if it's any faster, it is faster. It is faster. This is also single threaded, and it's, wow, that's actually way faster. It's actually way faster. Wow. 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 Now the code is completely undecipherable. Dude, imagine coming into my code base and then reading this shit. What the fuck is this, dude? What is that? 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 Okay. Alright, so let's go through two threads again, and let's okay, so now the question is, so Sim does that? Yeah, Sim is a drug, man. I cannot put it down. Okay, so here's what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to compute this. It makes it code slightly faster. It makes it fully unreadable. Yeah, but it's fast, dude. I want to make this. I want to do this once and then never touch it again. So I think we just do this on a init and then just never touch it again, and we make them global. So they're gonna hate it, but I'm gonna do it. I think you can do that. It's also necessary in this project to do this shit, because otherwise we would not be hitting 30 frames per second. So yeah, It is necessary. Unfortunately. Without it, we would not. The only reason we're at 30 frames per second is because of fucking this. This. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. Shit is cursed though. What are we calling this? They keep these around forever, bro. They keep these around forever, so I think we're good. I'm happy your stuff works. Oops. I don't understand it at all, but I'm happy that it works. It's really beyond what I can comprehend. I can't comprehend most things anyway, so we're just gonna do this on init. I think SX, SY, and SC are somewhere else polluted in the namespace as well, so that's gonna be fun when we compile in a second here. But we're just gonna pretend like that isn't a thing that's happening. Okay. We should also make the horizontal sums a function. I feel like that should be a function. Conjunction junction. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we just take it a float pointer and then just call it a day. Just taking the yeah, no doubt. And it might be slightly slower because we're doing the register shit, but I frankly do not care, my friend. Also, it might get mad at me for this shit again. It might be like, oh, but it's not aligned. It's not aligned. It's not aligned. Like, I don't know how to fucking align this shit, bro. I genuinely, I don't know how to align it so that it stops being mad at me if I put it in a fucking variable. But it got mad at me like that for that before. So, I don't know. Okay. Could not resolve identifier. Yeah. I'm all on it, bro. I'm all over it. Yeah. Simd actually made my code like 6 times faster. The sim that I did to do the reintegration, which is incredible. Incredible. I don't know how, but that shit's a CPU, you know? It just does CPU things. Okay, now we abstract it away and no one ever has to look at it. Fan-fucking-tastic. Boom. If it says some bullshit about it not being aligned, I'm gonna be pissed. Missing Missing type specifier. Int assumed. Oh. Okay. Wow, it doesn't care if it's aligned or not. Okay. Color me pretty or whatever. I think it works. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think it's good. Because now the depth is being calculated for pixels you can't see. It's covering the skybox in opaque areas. I'm all over it. Let's see. Neuter the ordering on the skybox, or do a second draw like a normal person. The gradient for the alpha value, which I need proper ordering for it to look nice. Witchcraft. Disable depth. Yeah. I'm sure that if I was in your shoes, I would know what you're talking about, but I'm just like, you know, I'm not in your shoes, you know what I mean? What? What did I just fucking... What is wrong with me? Okay. Alright, so we've officially made Sobel. I don't even know how fast it is. It's got to be pretty fucking fast now with 2 threads. What are we mad at? Mask, undeclared identifier. Tell that to Jim Carrey, bro. Okay, let's see. Holy shit. Sobel is half the amount of time it was before. Literally. It was 150. It was 140-ish, 130 maybe. Okay, maybe a little bit less than half, but now it's down to 73. 73 from 130? What? That's crazy. That's fucking nuts, man. I'm telling you. This Sobel shit is crazy. The fucking sim shit is crazy. Kind of like makes me want to go back to all of my old programs and just do simmed. Like, man, like what? That is cheating. Solid color mask instead of going overboard and creating a nightmare of issues down the line. Depth stuff. I'm reading it. To be honest, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Fried core depth. Yeah, that's I did that a bunch. Yeah, I mean it does sound like a bunch of fun things going on. So I have to copy this code a bunch, which is like, you know, it's not like the greatest thing of all time, but it's fine. It is fine. So you just want to put that here. And then these you don't have to even set to 0 anymore. Now we're just going even faster. Just for the sake of going fast, you know? Hopefully this is translatable to the same thing. It isn't actually translatable to the same thing because this needs to be some... Oh. Some IDX. It's just PIDX without the channel. It should be just that. Man, this is gonna be a pain to copy and paste this into all of the fucking borders. But that was actually only for half of it. We didn't even, that wasn't even the other part. Oh, we didn't do this. You have to always do this. Very important to have your registers at the ready. Code So Good got me working retail. I didn't need to do that. DX undeclared identifier. What? Where? Oh. Yeah. Get it out of here, man. See how fast this goes now. I mean, okay, we have nothing. Okay, so, okay, there was nothing on the screen. Why was there nothing on the screen, sir? Sir, there was nothing on the screen, sir. Sir. The screen had nothing in it. Why? Why did the screen have nothing in it? Sure. Think. Some is 100%. It is padded. It is absolutely padded. We know that for sure. Holy shit. To get the gradients working properly, the idea of the mask was to use it to cut out the depth reduction. Yeah, whatever you're doing with this depth opacity mask seems pretty crazy. I'm not sure what the use case is though. Like, what was the purpose of it in the first place? I kind of forgot at this point. How did I fuck this up though? What? What? Okay, I feel like we just gotta undo it a bunch to see where I fucked up. Probably here, to be honest. Oh, wait. What? Some IDX. No, I feel like that's correct. Could the mole mask not be... Maybe the mole mask is not getting set up properly. Let's just make it local again, I guess. Let's just make it local, I guess. The Maul mask, the Darth Maul mask, exactly. Okay, I'm fairly worried about what I did here. I'm like a little bit concerned now. I was previously concerned, and now I'm a little bit more concerned than I was before. I don't know what you did, but I'm also worried about what you did. Yeah, you know, I was like, you know, doing all the simmed, you know, simmed in it up, doing some simmed. You know how you do some simmed. And I seem to have possibly done it bad. Okay, so let's just run it back and then redo it. Okay, let's just redo it, and then maybe that will a lot enlighten us in how I fucked it up. Okay, let's also run this. Okay. What? Oh, this is before. This is no. Yeah. Get rid of all of it. Yeah. Get rid of all of it. Where the fuck? Okay. Now do this. Undeclared identifier. What? This is not. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is working. This is what it looks like. Okay, that's working. Okay. Okay, so let's do this step by step so that we don't get carried away here, okay? Let's just swap this. Boom. Okay. Get rid of this shit. Go x minus 1. dy plus, or y plus dy minus 1. Okay. Z plus dz minus 1. Okay. You gotta stick with me on this one, okay? Okay, but this requires the simd to be going. Okay, it's hard to do this step by step because you kind of need to do it all at once, you know? Kind of need to do it all at once. If this is working with the mole mask, then how does this not work? Okay. Alright, let's just do it again. Okay. So... Oh, maybe we didn't do this. Oh, that's probably what it was. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. We didn't do that. Uh-huh. Yeah. Simd is fucking awesome, bro. Shoot this shit every day, bro. Get rid of this. Okay. There we go. So that's what it was. I just some X, not some X. No. You're not with the vibes, bro. Listen. You got this all wrong. The sumx goes into the sumx. Okay, the sumx presupposes the sumx. No, you don't even have to do this. You don't even have to do this. It presupposes it. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. See? All I had to do was explain it like a little bit, you know, and then you got it. The sumx goes into the sumx. The sumx. Two different things. The summy and the sumz go into the sumx, the sum-y, and the sum-z. You have to keep on your toes with this stuff, or else it'll skip right past you. You don't even have to touch this because we automatically do it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Never had a doubt. Okay. Lock the fuck in for this part. Let's not mess something up again. It does take a careful touch. It does take a careful touch to get it right. This is actually okay. Now you're gonna be a little bit crazy here. I'm gonna blow your fucking mind here. Okay, listen. This one. You're not gonna be okay after I show you this one. This one's called the sum. Oh. Bro. Oh, no, he was not ready for that one. He was not ready. Listen, the sum is the sum of the previous simulation step. Okay. Now we are doing a Sobel convolution over the sum, and so we put the sum into a register called sum, and then we start summing, and now that's the sumx, summy, and the sumz. And then when we horizontally sum the sums of the sum, then they go into sumx, sum-y, into sum-z, right? Okay, you gotta keep on your toes here, because, you know, I'm not slowing it down for anybody. What do you mean that's an undeclared identifier? I declare that shit all day. What? This shit is declared, bro. What are you smoking? What? Undeclared identifier. Huh? Huh? What are you talking about? Sumi and the... Shut up, little compiler. You have to shut up. You have to be quiet now. It's time for you to go to bed. When we sum this, I am summing the sum of the sum of the sum. Okay, CIDX, you're so right about that one. That one you got me on. Beautiful. We summed the sum of the sum of the sum, the sum of the sum of the sum. Majestical. Absolutely. Never had a doubt. Now, is it exactly the same? I'm not exactly sure. Okay, now it's a little bit slower than it was before. It's a little bit slower. Why might that be, sir? Okay. But dude, like, what? Wait, why is it slower if I just added the... Bro. What? What? What are you talking about, bro? What? The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking? Why does this function not like simmed, and then this one loves it, eats it up all day, loves it? I love simmed. Oh, that's my simmed. Now why is this one? What? I mean, fuck it, I guess. Bro, fuck it. What? Yeah, I don't know. NCIDX. That's what they call the show. Are we sure? Let's just run it back. Let's run it back real quick and then just test it. We have a bit of a tester. Yeah, bro, this shit was 0. This was 66 flat before, bro. Now it's like going up to 91 sometimes. What? What? Bro, why? Why? Well, my solution is to store the depth for the elements and the mask in the G component so that my TAA passes can use that to correct the issues created by not using the ordering. You should really just do a second draw at this point. Yeah. You're gonna like run it. You're gonna do the thing where you just like end up doing memory issues. Now you're just like, you know, you're just like memory. Now your problem is gonna be memory. Like you know, the memory. You know what I mean? I just want to prove it to myself. That this was faster this way. I want to prove it. Is this just it? This is it. I want to prove it. It's lit. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. It is like pretty much the same, okay, but it actually is faster, like slightly faster. It looks slightly faster. I could also just like take the mean over like a bunch of more frames instead of just doing this shit. It's actually like exactly the same. There is some spikes to 104, 102. I don't really know why that is. Seems overall faster though. But yeah. So now it seems to be F and mu are the bottleneck. I just want to make sure before I like commit to actually implementing this in all of the different border functions, because it's actually like going to be like 20,000 lines of code that I actually have to do. And that's not an exaggeration. Not at all. It's like about the same, bro. If anything, this might be slightly better. Like, I see 60 way more in this. And 56 way more. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I mean, am I profiling this right? Let's actually ask that question. What if I fucked up the timers and that's what's tripping us up? Where does the... Oh, this includes transpose. This does include transpose. Sobel 2 is Sobel H. So this one, okay, so we just care about 1 right now. We just care about 1 right now. So let's actually just like test 1 on its own. Test the sum on its own. Okay, so this is 24, 25, 26, 24. Okay, so it's 24. Okay. And now... Nah, bro. Oh, no. Nah. The second thing I worry about how many draws I do because I want to throw a jabillion triangles at the screen. Yeah. Yeah, a second draw is expensive if you're doing it on everything. Yeah, that is true. Oh my god, I'm so fucking pissed that I have to do this again, though. God, that fucking sucks. God, that fucking sucks so bad. Fuck. Whatever, we'll keep it H. I don't fucking care. I'm just gonna comment it out this time so that we don't have to fucking ever do this again. Christ. Oh, also back here we had this. So that might have something to do with it. We should just try and like match everything to this one. Okay, so zero, 0 goes to 2. Syntax error where? Okay. Okay, so I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping at all. This is slower. This is slower. It's slightly slower. I would be fine with accepting it. I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Like, why? Like, this is doing the exact same thing to a different array. The exact same stride. And it's such an insane performance increase. But with this, it's not. Oh, what's up, Some Musician Problems? Thanks. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Because I could use the mass depth as the real for effects. Yeah, I feel like the maybe the didn't they mitigate it using that during the luminance thing though? Using the luminance thing though? Isn't that different than the opacity mask that you're doing now? I'm doing good. Just working on the same old project now. I think I'm just like to the point where I'm just doing a lot of you know, optimizing it now. So that's what's going on. Yeah, it's so confusing. So fucking confusing. Since how long do I play guitar? I play guitar like kind of my whole life. I've been playing music. I don't really consider myself like that I play like one instrument or whatever. Like I kind of just like I've always just like composed on whatever I have around. So I've played, you know, I'm not like a guy that like practices or, you know, anything like that, but yeah. So sorry to not give an answer. Probably like since I was like 21, so like 4 years ish. I'm trying to solve the smearing on foliage and other transparents. Oh, I see. It's smearing. Ah, I see. It's not the jittering. So this is the version without it, right? This is the version without it. Yeah, this is. I believe so. And this is. No, this one is. Oh, wait. No. That's not correct. It's that. 22, 26, 27. See 26, a spike to 48. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really know how it works that's slower, but maybe I shouldn't invest so much fucking time into doing this on the other ones if it's not going to be worth it. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same. It is pretty much exactly the same. Which, yeah, I think we just gotta accept it and move on. It sucks because the reason why it's exactly the same probably is because of the multiplication and the horizontally summing. But that's the problem with us being on Windows XP. We don't have built-in horizontal summation, so we have to do it by hand. So that is the part that fucking sucks. So whatever. Is what it is, I guess. We also don't have to do this, of course. So yeah. Also assume that this would be faster, but does this make sense because the depth shouldn't have discard holes in it? Interesting. Yeah, removing the discard holes is pretty important, I guess, because you don't want to have holes in your depth buffer. That's really not a good thing. doubt that this is going to have any performance increase, me doing that, but maybe that had something to do with it. I don't really know. Weirdly enough, this is actually slower. Well, yeah, it does seem a bit slower. Like, how the fuck does that make any sense? Maybe just not reusing them is faster. I assume that it wasn't, but I don't know, maybe not. So maybe because it's like localized in memory or something? I have no fucking clue. Maybe then this is faster. How do computers work? What's up, Kial? I'm just trying to optimize this function, and I'm running into some interesting issues. Yeah, this is faster. This is just genuinely faster. Okay. Okay, let's just leave it like this and move on before I just like get focused on this for way too long, which I have a track record of doing. So let's just move on before it becomes a fucking problem. So let's do hsobel first. So it's the harder one to do. So let's just start putting everything inside of it. Just doing some simmed. Just doing some simmed. Yeah. Yeah, I think you are way over your head. I do think you are. But I am also way over my head. Now our sobel is actually faster than our central difference, and our central difference was made to optimize our sobel. So that that does make me feel good. That does make me feel good about it. It is a shame about the horizontal sum stuff. It would be probably even faster. Not probably. It would just be faster if we didn't have to do the Windows XP shit where we don't have SSE3, which would let us horizontally sum, and everything would be so much faster, but that's just the way it is, I guess. It's unfortunate. If I ever port this to not Windows XP, then it'll be sick. The more I do this project, I kind of wish it wasn't on Windows XP, which I hate saying because I think it's cool that it is on Windows XP, but if it wasn't, it would be so fucking, not to like gas myself up or whatever, but it would be impressive, you know, but it's not, you know. Why was it, oh, never mind, it's in here. I created an issue with 0 alpha, just makes nothing render behind it. You think I'm ever gonna touch Windows XP after? I mean, I don't hate the whole Windows programming on Windows XP thing. It makes me appreciate like the modern tools more, but I do appreciate the challenge because, you know, I don't think programming this on you know, modern hardware would have not been very impressive at all. It's way fucking cooler to do it on Windows XP, but it also, you know, it would have looked so much cooler though on not Windows XP. But to be honest, like if I did port it, it wouldn't be like the hardest thing to do. It would probably like take a few days. It would not be like the hardest thing ever. I mean, maybe not a few days. It'd take like, you know, a while because I would have to do the UI and shit. That's the hard part. Hope I didn't do anything wrong here. I was wondering, is H padded? H is padded, right? Right? H is padded. So then why isn't H being padded, the index being padded? Oh, H is padded, but NU isn't padded. Yeah. So we padded here. We padded here. But this is an unpadded index. Okay, got it. Absolutely. Right there with you. Okay. So now let's just make sure that I did this correctly. DX undeclared identifier where? Get it out of here. I have another one. Okay, so let's try the other borders. Just to make sure that they work. Okay, wall I fucked up. Wall I definitely fucked up. Wall I 100% fucked up somehow. Oh, I don't have a sum z. I must have just not copied it. Okay, never mind. It still is fucked up. Okay. Okay. Oh, I am indexing that wrong. Yeah, remember to do that for sure. Want to make sure I didn't forget on anything else. I think the torus is working properly, but it does seem a bit off, but maybe that's just me. It is hard to tell with this stuff. I think it's fine. Okay, that seems properly. It's sticking to the wall. I think it works. Cool. Okay, I'm ready to move on. Alright, so let's go to f and mu, which are now the bottleneck. F and mu are now the bottleneck. Well, they aren't technically the bottleneck because the meshing is the bottleneck, but as far as simulation stuff goes, the f and mu are still the bottleneck. I'm not really ready to really move on to... I don't know how we're going to do the simulation, to be honest. It's like... It's going to be cursed. It's going to be like really fucking cursed. This is pretty parallelizable, right? You could just do plus equals 4 and then just like simmed it. That's like very easy for us to do. The problem is with the branching. Like if border equals wall, this stops vectorization, right? So if we want to be efficient, we need four different compute mu functions, two mu vel no border, right? Yeah, like that. So four different functions for computing mu. We'd have this in its own function just for it to be fast. Like we could just have void update velocity so that we don't have to, that code doesn't have to be copied a bunch since it doesn't have branching. So update velocity we can just put here and then just take in the TD pointer T and then calculate the section like this. And then I'll just add that to the header. And then we'll just put that to, we'll leave that out to dry. We will put this in the thread stuff. We'll just put it literally after the mu. Compute mu update velocity. There. Okay. Because it can happen, updating velocity can happen whenever. It can happen whenever. As long as it happens after f is updated. This, I never really considered how slow this is, but I'm sure that it is slow. I never really worked on this much. And I'm sure that it is not that fast. But yeah. If we want this to be faster, should do this, right? Pre-calculate PIDX. And then just use that there, right? That's very small optimization. And then you can vectorize. We can vectorize this as well. What you would do is you would go plus equals 4, right? And then we would load them into registers this, this, and this. And then multiply them times themselves, sum them up. How do you square root it though? Is that... So you technically could do it. Not sure if it would be worth it. Probably not worth it, to be honest. We probably tested both ways, but yeah. I want to see how slow the mu is, just this part of it though. Let's just do the update velocity and then see how bad that is, that specific part, because I want to see. It might be like not even the problem. Okay, 100% is kind of the problem. At this point, we're kind of just like arguing about nothing though, because this is 150. Wait, why is Sobel so low? What? Wait, why is Sobel so low now? What? Wait, what? What? The fuck are you talking about? I didn't change anything. Wait, what? Those are the same options. What? What? Did the timer get reused or something? Or program never lies? Yeah, but like the we just profiled this, and this was a much bigger number than it is now. Trust the program. I am trusting the program. That doesn't make any sense. We just profiled this and it was not that number. I didn't change anything to it. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna complain. It's way faster than it was before, but I mean, I have no clue. Truly bizarre. Oof, need a coffee. Good. I'm going to need another coffee today. I'm zoned out of it. I can just feel it. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it's time to do the meshing, I guess, because now that's where we're bottlenecked. We're not actually bottlenecked at all in the simulation anymore. We're actually like 60 FPS on the simulation, so it's 100% this now, and this is the harder thing to do. So I'm just gonna read through here and see what we can do. So we add the normals like this. I guess we can avoid a branch here if we just add it and always zero this. So let's go to the constructor for vertex and make sure that we zero. Fuck off. Make sure that we zero the okay, let's make a new constructor and zero the normal. This is important because now we can avoid a branch here by just doing this. Or actually that might be even slower. Yeah, that might be slower. I wish that there was a way for us to add Can we just vectorize this? I feel like we can vectorize this fairly, like this is vectorizable, right? It's just like we just load in 3 of these bad boys, 2 of those bad boys, add them together. Yeah, but no, because yeah. Also, this vertex buffer, right? This is a CPU side buffer, right? Let me make sure on that. I need to make sure about that before I do all of this shit. I'm pretty sure it's a CPU side buffer, not the one on the GPU. I think, or maybe not. What function is that? This. Yeah, I lock it here. I lock it here. And then we copy into it. I wonder if I could multi-thread this. I don't think that I can. Probably is possible. Do I even have a timer that does that though? I don't even think I have a timer that measures that. I think that the only timer does the rendering. Yeah, this thread finish. So we don't even know what the overhead is of that. So let's do that, I guess. Okay, I'm not getting any printouts though. What? Why am I not? Oh. Holy shit. Oh my god. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Oh my god, man. That sucks. Oh my god. It's all this. It's all this. Oh, dude. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks so bad. I mean, this is a massive array, to Mem said. This is a massive, massive array. But I mean, this is a lot of memory to 0. And we do have to set it to -1. What is this? Go, like, what? How did I even get that? What? Image editor. What the fuck did I press? I want to see, just without these, what is the cost? What is the cost of this memset? We're not going to render anything, but I want to see. Jesus Christ. It's really this. It's really this. Huh. It's really that. Wow. Wow. It's literally just the vertex buffer. That's the yeah. Jesus, that is a lot. That is a lot of time. You can tell how much faster it is. But I don't think that we're allowed to not 0 it. I think there was a reason why we... Wow, it's so much faster. Jesus. I don't think that we need to 0 it, actually, because we're always going to only be touching it is kind of weirdly turning into a block every time. Like, what? I don't know what's happening here. Okay, well, there was that. Okay. Well, that's cool. Those 2 lines were apparently worth a lot. So, that's good. Always do your little profiling so that you can figure that shit out. Well, that's nice. Pushing beyond 30 FPS though is going to be hard because now I have to do this stuff. I think it might have been faster if I just did the other thing here. I was just thinking like I might vectorize this, but you can't. Second pass it is. Yeah, I think sometimes that's just the way it has to be, you know? Unfortunately. That does suck though. How do I optimize this? Thinking I might vectorize this since this is 8. Some ideas on how I could solve it, but it's just crazy over engineering at this point. Yeah. It also might just be like, you might just introduce some bugs if you keep pushing it, and then it might just be like painful, you know, at the end of it. What's a faster way to do this? What's a faster way to do this? Well, we could so instead of having these structs of cube data, let's vectorize it. So cube data.val.points.z, this is what we were gonna do the other day, and then I just like stopped doing it because I got busy with something else, but this is what we have to do. Okay, so we need to do this. We're just going to do it for the first view. That's all we want to do it for in the first place. So let's just do it for the first view and not worry about the other views yet, because it's just going to be a way more verbose thing, because we're going to have to manually unroll everything, all the loops and shit. So okay, so I just did that to benchmark. We're at 2. We're at 2.6, 2.3. Okay, around 2. Okay, so we're around 2 with one view. Our goal is to get lower than 1. That's our goal. Gotten to the point it mostly works, but there's so many artifacts. Yeah, there might just be like some edge cases that might just be like really hard to do, it turns out. So that does suck. So I'm just gonna call them like this. And instead of a vec3 for points, we're going to have the parallel arrays, okay? Like that. Okay, so that's our new memory layout. we do have to zero the val every time, right? So this is going to be v1 val equals 0. I don't really remember what the val is or what any of this is since it's been a while. But now we're going to vectorize this. Okay. So we will gx, gy, and gz plus the delta of I. I may have to manually move the array again. I may have to manually move it into another. It may have to be in the other orientation. Or we have 3 different arrays. That's what it's going to be. Yeah. This is painful, but it's necessary. I'm just gonna put this up here because why not? Okay, so it's gonna be annoying for us to do, but so x is just going to be the x portion. And then y is just going to be the y portion, and then etc. Neat. Okay. Honestly, I should just do it by hand. Just manually swap it. I'm just afraid that I'm going to mess something up, to be honest. But whatever. Okay, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. Hell? Do you need help? I don't know if I'm really the best helper of all time. I can try though. Tech support does mine. Okay. There's delta x, delta y, and delta z. So we have it in 4 different arrays. And so this allows us to do this. So right. So here what we'll do is we'll first of all we have to get the fucking xmem header. Into here because it isn't in here yet. Okay, so first thing we have to do, we have to initialize these into registers. So I'm gonna call it CX. I think it's mmset1ps. We need to do this. I'm ripping it from the engine now, and I'm just gonna do 2 passes like everybody else, sadly. Yeah, that sucks. Maybe you should keep a backup. You should keep a backup of it, because who knows? Maybe you'll find use for it later. You know what? I just had this brilliant fucking moment where I may have just realized why I was flabbergasted at why that worked earlier. I may be calling the wrong one somewhere. Yeah. No wonder. No wonder. Do you see this? Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. No wonder my my profiling wasn't doing anything. I have them all set to the same function. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh man. Yeah, I just thought about that now. I was like, oh, wait a second. What if that's the case? Oh. My god. So no, my math wasn't wrong, my code wasn't wrong, my simd wasn't wrong, the profiling wasn't wrong. No. I just didn't write the right function name when I called the fucking function. Ah. I was calling the wrong function. Ah. Fuck, I'm so fucking stupid, dude. I swear. Let me make sure that this is the right one. It's not actually going to tell me anything. Why did I even think that it would tell me anything? Where are you? Yeah, so that's correct. Okay. Set 1 PS. Right. So we do all of that, and then down here we want to do mx m28 mx equals, let's call it mx. So this is going to equal add ps cx and we could preload them as well. We could also preload them. We should also make them floats, because of reasons. But we could also preload them into registers. If I'm gonna make another draw, I'm gonna use it for multiple things, so it's not a waste. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a waste. I'm sure that the code, you can reuse it, yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Why does it relate to MDI? Let's make another initialization function. I found this hidden gem to keep up the great work, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. So the G pass is a forward pass, creating a mask pass would do one extra draw call per every object for a mask. Oh, I see. Yeah. That would be pretty bad, yeah. But That does really suck. How do other people how do other people deal with this? Would just be 2 draw calls instead of 2 draw calls per object. I see. Yeah. They do a second draw. Yeah, I guess this is why MDI is the way to go always. Why did I do that? Yeah, well, I guess maybe there's a reason why they do it. It does suck. I also often try to not do things the way most people do them, and then I get my ass kicked. But that's what I do every day. I do it every day, so it's nothing new to me. It's what I do all the time. I'm not saying you got your ass kicked. Don't take offense to that. I'm just saying random shit, to be honest. So this is going to be D1, DX1, right? Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Okay, and this is all going to be 2. And now we have unrolled the loop successfully and got all the points. Now for the tricky part. Which is, how the fuck do we do any of this? Wait a second. Oh no. I think that this is actually not doable. Oh, it sucks so. Oh no. So you're using C++. What am I building? Yeah, let me show you. If I can compile and it's not gonna get mad at me, it's gonna get mad at me, no doubt. Oh, I got rid of the arrays. Oh no. What did I call this? I'm sorry, I'm gonna compile for you in a second just to show it off. It's a cellular simulation. It's kind of like a physics simulation. But I'm in the middle of refactoring it and doing a whole bunch of simmed so that it goes faster. It's quite painful though. It's on Windows XP, which is pretty cool. So there's some cool things you can do with it. Right now, believe it or not, the simulation is now faster than the actual meshing, and so I'm trying to make the meshing faster. Or Are you running it bare metal XP? Yeah, it's bare. This is my actual computer. Yeah, I have a capture card so that I can stream it. But yeah, this is my real computer, and it's error accurate. Mate, I code a recursion digits problem and I come to see you coding. I hate recursion, but I must learn it. Well, I know about recursion. If you need any recursion tips and tricks. Anyway, so I'm just clicking the random button, but you can play around with it and do a bunch of different things. I don't know if all of it's gonna work right now because I've been kind of working on it, but yeah. Thanks. I plan to make a video on it when it's done. I don't know when that's gonna be, but I am continually trying to make it, you know, faster and faster every day. So I appreciate that. Yeah, so I don't think that we can do this. Like, we can compute the points. The problem is that we can't actually check this. Like, we can compute... Actually, maybe we just do that. Maybe... Oh, but you still have to do this in here, so it's actually... I'm busy. Yeah, to actually check into here, that's the problem, because these aren't contiguous in memory because of the deltas, so it jumps all over the place. It's very branchy. It's very branchy. Yeah, there's not much I can do about it. You could, of course, do something like this, but then you're still going to have to iterate through them afterwards. Nintendo 64 development. That's sick. Yeah, I saw about they like did a game engine and stuff. That was really cool to see. Do a video about recursion. I do have a video about recursion. It is 12 hours long though. It's the chess engine video. A lot of recursion in that. A lot of it. So I can make the points here, which will just like make literally all of the points. The problem is the values and the indices. There is something that I can do here. It is going to require a lot of more memory, but maybe it's worth it. It would require a second. It would require this. It would literally require this, and I don't know if it's worth it. But this is what we would do, and then we would yeah. like that. And what this is doing is it's putting into this, it's just unloading into this array. And then we just loop through the array later down here. And therefore at least this is done in simmed, and then this can't be vectorized, but at least this can be vectorized. And I think that some vectorization is better than no vectorization. Although we are storing, but I think a store is such a small thing. It's really not. I know nothing about C++, but this is interesting to watch. I'm really happy about that. I appreciate that. That's what this is. That's a big part of it, is like, I don't know. I like people that don't know much about programming, because I think it's very fun to do. Yeah, so then we can just do a store. It is sort of C++. It's just, you know, it's not really. It says C++ here, but C++, it's the same thing. But I mean, it trust me, it does not matter. So I'm gonna add no, we're multiplying that times cell size, and we also want to put cell size obviously inside of a register that we're gonna keep around. I'm just gonna call it CS because that's computer science. It's cell size, I'm just kidding. Set1 PS. I always forget that. Do not know about C, but know C++. Cannot make opinion. Kial, you can share your opinion with the class anytime you want. Okay, so basically what we need, so what this is doing is you got a CPU and you got different like parts of the CPU, and we're just putting numbers into parts, and then we're putting numbers into other parts, and then we're telling the CPU to use them on top of each other. So that's why we put it in here, and then we're like multiply it. That's what we're doing, basically. A lot of fun. Vectorization. That's what they call it. Okay. I hope that I see, the thing is, like, this is why I suck at chess too, is because it's like I can't think that far ahead in my head, you know, to like see, is this going to be worth it? I'm just kind of like, it seems like the correct direction, but I can't plan far enough ahead to figure out if it's actually gonna work. So we just kind of have to pray. Okay, so the NC IDX, which is the PIDX, we do this inline, by the way. This MX, MY, MZ is just going to be the points indices. Yeah, so points, V1 points. Oh, actually, this isn't even V1. Oh, it is. Wait, why are the points arrays different, but the points are the same? Oh. Wait, the points are always going to be the same. Okay, so the points indices doesn't have to be v1. The points arrays are not based on view. They can just do this. You can just do this to them. The verts have to be based on view. So we're to run WinXP for coding. I don't have it connected to the internet for that reason, because of the virus thing. My favorite thing about it is that I don't have the internet on it. So I enjoy it because I don't have the internet and I can't just be like Stack Overflow, you know. I just have to like do the code, and getting code onto it or off of it is very difficult. So that's also an interesting challenge. I do like coding on it because of that. Because I don't like the ability to like. I like all the code to be mine. Everything in this project is 100% programmed by me, you know, and that's something that I really enjoy. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going to check the vertices, if the vertices are changed per view. I think that they are. This is looping per view. Looping per view. Yeah. Yeah, because it's using the vals, and the vals are what is different. The points are not what's different. Okay, so the points are all the same. So we are correct. So this is not per view. Points and the point indices are all like that. Now you do wish that you had a multiple cursor support to do this, but we don't have it. So we just gotta kind of do it by hand, and we're done. Not too bad after all. Okay, so we're just going to go and index into it by this point indices x. I did do it right, yeah. Okay, and then point indices y, and then point indices z. Okay, so now we have nc idx, and we don't need mx, my, mz. All we need to do is index into here, see if it's greater than the ISO value, and then if it is, we put it on the val bit mask. So this is going to be v1 val, and this is v1 vals I, and it's already on the points, and we can get rid of this. And so all we do is, this is the only thing that isn't vectorized because of this, because this cannot be actually. Maybe it is. Hold on. Oh, that would suck though. Hold on. I might actually be able to do it. If I created the indices in parallel, the actual indices, not just these, the actual full thing with the channel, no, you would still need to loop through them. You would still need to loop through them. You could technically do it though. You hate to see it Someone talked me out of it. Someone talked me out with what I'm about to do. Oh no. Do you ever like think about something and then you're like, you figure out that something is possible, but you didn't want to know that? Nah, man. Oh, fuck. Dude. Okay. Oh, that's so cursed, though. It's technically possible. It's possible for me to do this in parallel. It's possible for me to do this in parallel. That I can calculate the indices without doing all of this storing into the different arrays. I can store it into one array called point indices and make it actually just the indices and not the X, Y, and Z. I just have to do this in parallel, which is not easy. All right, let's look at it. Okay. So we need to add 1 to all of them, then multiply the y and the z times these offsets, and then multiply the channel times the grid size, and then add this to it. Listen. This is so cursed, man. Okay, lock in. Oh. Fuck. No. Let's just do it inline. It's not cursed per se. It is the most efficient way to do it. It's just also like ridiculously like over engineered. This is insane. I'm adding 1. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck is he doing? Okay, so we added 1 to all of them, and now we multiply y and z times the offset, times those offsets. Oh, but we had to put them in the little register. Okay, no problem, man. Okay, so this is packed register, packed reg. This is packed with reg. This is the offset register. Okay, remember that. You're gonna be quizzed on that in a bit. I'm still thinking about ways I can avoid the second batch of draws. Yeah, you gotta stop. The curse stuff, one of us doing curse stuff, that's enough. That's enough. Zoregano. Okay, fuck, man. Alright, so now we have to multiply this times PW reg. This might be some of like the craziest code I've ever written. This is some crazy fucking code, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, so now the cool part is that we just add them all together. I wish I could add... I wonder if there's a way to add 3. Maybe there is. Maybe someone will tell me. Well, this time maybe instead of messing with the pipeline, I'll do a neighbor area check thingy. I feel like it's my job to talk you out of whatever the fuck you're talking about. I know I'm going to do a bad job of that, but I feel like it's my responsibility. Okay, this is cursed. Whatever I'm doing right now is cursed. Okay, now we have to do the channel. Right, so II1 equals it's grid size. Wait, it isn't packed. It isn't packed. Shut up. It's not packed. Right? It is packed. Oh yeah, yeah, it is packed. So it's padded. It's padded. It's padded. Okay. Grid padded reg. See the channel. Okay, so we got a set 1. Dude, I'm looking at the code. Oh no, what did he do here? What the fuck did he do? What is this code? Bro. What am I calling this? Cha-cha slide? What feels right here? I mean, it's way more of a normal thing to do compared to directly editing an image's memory from the shader. Yeah. I mean, if you think it'll work out, then give it a shot, you know? What is that code, man? What is that code? What is that? What is that? What is that? What the fuck is that? That? Christ, bro. What the fuck is that, man? Bruh. Oh wait, shit. Okay, we gotta store this shit first before we start messing with it. I mean, I bet you most of the high-end engines have black magic. It definitely is. That's what I said. That's what I just said. The other day when we were talking, I was like, every engine is just duct taped together. Honestly. This is called a, this is a thing. I'm just trying to make a comment here so that I don't forget it. This is called a, okay, this goes actually together with this. Make padded indices. Make points from deltas. Also, I know that this is a nitpick, but we gotta put these in the same order as we have them everywhere else. Every gamer is crying about ghosting on foliage. Well, you missed one. You missed one. I also wonder why. I also do wonder why. Okay, now okay, so this got rid of one line for us. Yeah, bro. It got rid of one line. And you know what the worst part about this is? That we don't even know if it works, really. Because we have to refactor everything else before we can test it. So... yeah, that's really not that great of a thing. Oh, yeah. You kind of hate to see it. So you know what else I'm wondering about? This shit just straight up goes out of bounds, by the way. This just goes out of bounds. This just goes straight out of bounds, by the way. This has been going out of bounds the entire time. What? This has been going out of bounds the whole time? 12-bit number. Bro? Okay, so... Okay. I think I got it. I was definitely wrong in going out of bounds. Okay, we gotta... Okay, so this has always been going out of bounds. Like, this has to... You gotta do this first. You gotta do a little bit of thing here. You gotta do a second iteration here. And set all of the verts to the points. But actually, like, literally just do this beforehand here. Just, we have this. So just, like, literally store... Okay, so we actually have to make more, lines. You hate to see it. You hate to see it, but it needs to happen. And we don't have any of the fancy helix stuff, so we have to do this a bunch. You hate to see it. I hate to see it. I hate to see it. Time to do the luminance shitter thing instead. Yeah, that's more fun. That does seem more fun. That does seem more fun. And I like the visualization for it as well. I don't really know. So what's the point of having points here, bro? What's the point of that, bro? Point A. What is it, A? Ah. Points B, points A, points B. Ah. How the fuck am I going to vectorize this, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? How am I gonna vectorize that? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh my god. This is about to get so cursed. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, shit. So 12 divided by 3 is 4. So this is vectorizable. This is vectorizable. This is vectorizable. How? Okay. So this is a 12-bit number. I need to get every bit as a, you know, a 0 or 1. Into registers, right? To use them as a mask. Because we need to interpolate based on which bit is which. Oh shit. This just got really complicated. Oh my god. Okay. My ray tracer and denoiser are so good. Yeah, that's pretty awesome to have like a resource that you made yourself. That is pretty sick. Load bits of integer into registers as okay, not in assembly. I need it in simd. Mask vector, shift the input integer. Load them in a register as a contiguous array. Is this even an M28 though? I feel like that's not an M28, but you gotta tell me that we have this function, bro. You gotta tell me that we have this function. I need a U8. I need an unsigned integer 8. That's what I need. I need to put an integer, a 32-bit integer, and I need to import it as binary into the register. Oh my god, this might be very complicated. This might be very difficult, actually. I don't see load you. Convert a 4 to 4. No. 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 Okay, none of those. None of those. Fuck, bro. Bro. Hey, I was studying computer microcontroller architecture. That's sick. Maybe you can help me out. Oh man. I need the imimetrin. I need the imimetrin. I need the imimetrin. Do you have the imimetrin? Show me the imimetrin. I know more than you. I don't know anything. Show me the imimetrin. No. You're okay. Show me the imimetrin. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's double. Oh, this is doubles. Oh my god, bro. Listen to me. I'm unhinged right now. I need. Why do you not have load? How do you not have load you? I don't think that we have SI. Shit. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. I know that it's possible. It's just really hard. It's really, really, really difficult to do this. Basically, what I'm trying to do, right, is that I have this 12-bit integer mask. What I need to do is I need to get every integer, every bit of it as a 0 or a 1 in 3 different registers of 4. You know what I'm saying? Want to know your subjects? Yeah, sure. I don't know how to do it, though. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, I need the imimetrin, but it doesn't have... Do I not have this? I'm looking up if I can find it. Oh shit. It's not, it's intrin. What the fuck? Why? 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 Literally why? Why? Why is it named something different? The fuck are you talking about? Why? Why? Like, why, dude? Makes no fucking sense. No fucking sense at all. I've been including the wrong thing this whole goddamn time. Okay, lock the fucking... Okay. We have it now. I have the thing. You have the visual. Yeah, it does seem sick. It did look sick. Do you have it where it's like red? Is that what it is? No, it is defined. Shut up. It is defined. No. It is defined. It's got to be in here. It is in here. It's in here. Shut up. Don't stop talking. Stop fucking talking to me. Stop talking like that. It's in here, bro. It's in this header file. Okay, whatever. It's just being a jerk. Okay, so apparently you can go at edge 0. I have no clue what it's putting in here. I really want to be able to compile this, but it's not going to let me, and it's going to give me a lot of errors. 8 errors. Okay, let's try and solve the errors so that we can compile so that we know what we're doing here. I need to know what it looks like. Error cannot convert. Very true. This one needs to be preloaded into a register. Very true. I wonder if this is like not good practice. I do wonder. Okay, what do we have? Yeah, what are we mad at? Error, subscript is not of integral type. Okay. You're gonna make me cast to an int? Bro. But whatever. Cannot cast from int. Yeah, I knew that was gonna be a problem, but bro, I don't want to cast on the other side. Can't you just like... There's a conversion. I don't know what the conversion is though. What's the conversion? Converts for? No. Convert for? No. convert 4 16-bit 4 I need 4 I think that we just do this, you know. We can do that. Sure. Oh, maybe we can, maybe it's 32. Yeah, just do 32. Yeah, that one. Okay. Yeah. I'm right there with you. Boom. Boom. Okay. In pointer to float pointer. What? What? Subscription. We recreated the TA bug where the frame sort of warped to the world. Wow. That does sound cool. Show me what that looks like, yeah. Digital microwave communication system. Linear integrated circuits. Consumer electronics. Electronics, measurements, and instrumentation. Wow. That sounds like a lot of fun. Microwave communication system. Wow. That sounds like a lot, like that's a lot of fun. That's in college that you're in? That does sound like... The most I did was breadboarding. It's all red now? Damn. Okay, so if I convert this to, this gives me an I, and then I need to store you PI. Oh my gosh, right? That's a thing, right? Tell me that's a thing. Load, you cannot convert from int to const pointer. Const pointer. Brother, I want to satisfy your needs as much as possible, but oh, you just cast it to a pointer. You just cast it to a pointer. Okay. Identifier not found. How do I store integers into integers? It's a store. It's in here. Oh, not in the mimetrin. I need the intrin. Yeah. Right there with you. Okay. So this is the doubles. This is all the integers. I need to load. Okay. Okay, let's just take a second here. I need to store. Fucking store. I need to go to the store. I need to store. I don't need to shuffle or set. I need to store. Yeah. Right here. What is store L? Okay, we're just gonna store you. Cannot convert from int pointer to... Why? Why? Like, why? Why do I need to cast it? Oh my gosh, stop. What the fuck, man? M64 to M128. Dude, just make it an integer, bro. Like, actually, what the fuck are you talking? Can I just do SI 128? Is that a thing? No, it's not a thing. Oh my god. I'm gonna, like, lose my fucking mind, man. Contact expert, compile time, error, use auto. I'm not using auto. I'm sorry, I'm not using auto. Oh my god. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, okay, listen. I need to convert 32, no, I need to convert 64 to 128. Okay. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm fucking talking about. Okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. 100%. Okay, so. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Identifier not found. Bro. What? What? It's right here, bro. Bro, it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? No. Reference and pointer. It's there's no reference and pointer happening here. I'm sorry. It's not. This is not a case of using a reference or a pointer. It says that the function is not here, but it is here. It has to exist. Maybe. Oh, machine x64. Aha. We were looking at the wrong one. We're looking at the wrong one. We're looking at, yeah, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. No, you gotta look for, we're looking for a 64 to 128. Up. Yeah. That one's the one. Because we don't have the 64-bit architecture, okay? Cannot convert parameter 2 from... Are you fucking kidding me, bro? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That it's D and not I. I need it. Double check names. I'm checking the names. I'm checking the names. This is fucking crazy, bro. Oh my god. Okay, we need to convert. We need to... fuck. You're gonna hate me for this. But we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Okay, later I will take a look at it. I will take a look at this later, alligator. We are just going to store. We're gonna store it as a float. We're going to do an array of floats, and we are going to cast them to ints afterwards. Okay, listen, it's a cast. We're casting it. We're casting it. We're casting it after. We have to cast this to a float, okay? Or no, not that to a. We have to cast it to an int. We have to cast it to an int, okay? So that we can index with it, okay? Now there's no errors. It's fine, okay? There's a syntax error. I left something behind, but who cares? Okay, there you go. Now it fucking compiles, okay? But it's slower because we're fucking casting to an integer. I don't give a shit. Float to int, you will lose information. Listen, Kial, you don't understand. You don't understand. I'm not going to sit here and make you understand, but you don't understand. Okay. Okay. Okay, I need... Okay, so I think that this is actually correct. It just looks weird. It just looks weird. Let me think about this though. Because it's a 12-bit integer, so it's going to be going from 0 to 11. That would mean that the only one that's 0 is this one. And I have no clue. So okay, so we can actually test this. Okay, so let's test here. Okay, but why are we never getting inside of here, bro? Why do we never get inside of here? Wait, what? What? Hello? What? Like, what? Wait. Edge 0. Okay. Oh, I don't put the valen. I don't put the valen. I'm being stupid. My bad. No, it's this. Yeah. I was just being dumb. Yeah. There we go. Does it make you annoyed? It's not. I don't have any errors. It's fucking annoying because there's no error here. I just need to find the correct function that casts these floating point values that are in this register to an integer. And it's fucking frustrating that I can't find the correct function that casts 4 floats into 4 32-bit integers so that I don't have to cast to an int later. That's all I'm frustrated about. It's stupid that I have to look through all of this shit to find the correct one because I can't find it. It's dumb. So that's all I'm annoyed with. Yeah. It's not an error with my code. Okay, so actually, hold on. If we're gonna figure this out, I have to go and step through it like this. And then down here. Yeah, no. Here. Okay, so there. Okay. So get rid of this, go to there, and then go to here. Okay. So we have an edge of 0, the val of 0. I feel like that's worrying to me. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. These make sense to me. What is I here? I is going 0, yeah. Right. Okay. V1 vals ends up with you get this. We have this for this round. And so if it's greater than the ISO value, then we put, so we're never going to have above the ISO value, so this is never going to be. So I need to, okay, so that's what we'll do. We have to actually, for the purposes of stepping through this, I need to check here, check this line so that we know that we get value before we do all of this stuff. Okay, so we hit a v1 val. So now we have 29 here. Okay, so now we can step through the rest. We want to see what edge we get. We get an edge of 778 with a v1 val of 3. Okay, so now we will see, before we go into this, I want to see what this has. Okay. It has all ones. It has all ones. So if it has all ones, then we should go into this 12 times. Okay, let's do it. So let's count to fucking 12. Okay, so okay, we did not go through 12 times. We did, that was not 12 times. I'm sorry to break it to you, but that was not 12 times. So that's not correct. I was thinking about it as the best functional ability as a programmer as a Sharingan. The debugging eye. You can copy and understand the logic of any code and concept of the blink of an eye. See the error in milliseconds. Yeah, that would be sick. Or just know how to convert a fucking 32-bit integer into a uint to AT bit mask in register. That would be sick. That's the Sharingan that I need right now. Oh man. Yeah, I'm reading. I'm trying to read. I feel like no one is having the answer that I need right now. Okay, so create a simmed register where each element holds a single bit mask according to the bit position. But I don't think that this is gonna work, man. Fuck, dude. I know that it's possible. It has to be possible to do this without looping. Fuck. Okay, broadcast mask. If you have a 32-bit integer representing a Boolean flag for a set of operations, you can broadcast it to all 4 lanes to create a mask. What does set1 epi32 int? No, but I want it in 0 and 1s. Like, oh my god. I think that we're gonna have to do it. I think we're just gonna have to do it by hand. Like, I think you have to do it by hand. Maybe you just have to prepare it by hand like this. Maybe you have to just do this by hand. Or wait a second. Hold on. We could have like, okay. Set PS Yeah, just do this. No, yeah. I'm right there with you. There you go. Okay. Does GLSL have an in-out prefix? I'm not sure what you mean. Why would you need in-out both? Are you trying to extern? You should try HLSL. That shit has extern. You know about that. That's the extern. The extern. It probably does. Okay, so we did it. I figured it out. You do have to do it by hand. But you can put it, you can do this. Yeah. No doubt. Okay. Okay, so we did it. I did it. I figured it out. Edge to vertices. We need to write this a different way. Yeah. Yeah, I know about the out and the in. I know all about that. I know all about that life. This is cursed. Okay. Okay, so what am I doing right now? Good question. So, what I'm doing right now is I am basically, I need to get these loaded into registers. Wait, I need to get these loaded into registers. Wait, hold on. Let me focus here. I need to get these loaded into registers by 4s, right? So I have to separate them so that they're contiguous in memory. So that's what I'm doing now. Wait, did I do that correctly? Okay, I did. If I mess this up, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be very, very bad. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we have to do the other one. I would love to have Helix at a time like this. You just saw a code example with in-out? That is crazy. That's nothing like the extern variable. That shit is crazy that exists. That is like the craziest thing I ever heard. There's the extern. Like, what? Alright, it's done. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now what you want to do is you want to preload these into registers. You want to preload them into registers. EVA 1, EVA 2, EVA 3, EVB 1, EVB 2, EVB 3. Yes. Right? Yeah. No doubt. We're gonna make these floats so that they can all float down here. Edge to vertices. Dude, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be so pissed. Oh man. This is like the craziest code I've ever fucking written. This is insane. Okay, we have them in registers. Now here's the part that I don't know how to do yet. Now I have to do this. Okay. Okay, so by the way, A and B are indices into the points and the values. Okay? So that's what A and B are, right? And that's what we just got. They're indices into the points and the values. Wait, maybe this isn't possible. Fuck, maybe it's not possible. Dude, if I just did this for no reason, I'm gonna be so pissed. Shit. I don't think it's possible. I actually don't think it's possible. Oh my god. Because A and B are indices into these arrays. And so we have to loop through them. Yeah, I mean, yeah. God damn it. Unless they were already in this order. What if the points and the values were already in that order? Meaning we had two arrays, A and B, going in parallel to 12. And we ordered them in that order. God, that's fucking really complicated. Holy goddamn shit. So we have 8 points. With 12 possible combinations. That look like this. So we need to perform 3 shuffles on 8 points. The problem is that these come from different parts in the array. Like 0, 1, 2, 0, this is possible for us to do and put it in a register. The problem is 4564. No, that is also possible for us to do. And then 0123. This one is hard, right? Because you have 5677, which is off of our register here. So this is 1233 4567. 0123 4567. Oh, actually. Oh, but then this one. 4567. No. No, that's totally possible. That's totally possible. Oh, I'm really unhappy that I just realized that that's possible. This is a thing, right? It is a thing. I would just use this the other day. It's in here. Yeah, it's this. Oh my god. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I need something where the fourth one is different than the first one, and it's always the same. It's always the same. You gotta work with me here, man. You gotta work with me. It's always the same? Why is it always the same? Maybe that's just the way it goes? Okay, that's just the way it goes. Okay. Okay. Fine, that's just the way it goes. So... What am I about to do, bro? What am I about to do? Okay, so let's go to 2. 2 means that we check this and we do 4564, which is in local space. It's actually the same thing as this. So let's do it in this order, because or else it's gonna be really fucking confusing. Okay, so this is 4564, and this is 0, 1, 2, 0. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah. No doubt. What am I doing? Dude, this is cursed. Okay, then the final one. Okay. It's kind of amazing that this works out like this. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now we just, this is zero, 1, 2, 3. It's just all 1. I should actually like make sure that this is possible, even if I do this. If they were in edge to vertices order for each edge, then we would just check the Boolean, and then if the Boolean is true, then we interpolate. Yeah. And what does interpolate do? What is that code? Where's that code? Where's interpolate edge? It's very easily vectorizable. Yeah, very easily vectorizable. This is the whole point of all of this. Is to do this. Is to get this vectorized. Very parallelable. However, it's going to be checking the Boolean. That's the hard part. Because we only want to interpolate if this is 1 at the same bit at each bit. And we don't want to do extra work otherwise. But maybe we don't care. Maybe as long as this happens often or not, I think you'll make good friends with Joseph Suarez from Puffer AI. He's into computer graphics, but for RL. I'm not sure what RL is. Maybe we don't even need Booleans in. Maybe just Booleans out. The thing is that it comes down to, right, is are we at least doing this at least 3 times per reinforcement learning? I see. I wonder how many times we even get into this, like per draw, because that's what's going to actually change this, like decide things is. So we aren't interpolating at all. Well, because the val is 0. And maybe this isn't worth doing. Yeah, if we only get into here like very rarely, then it's probably not worth doing this. We only get into here when there's stuff on the screen, which sometimes there's just more white space than not. And so us doing this might actually be slower, because now this is only going to check the boolean on the way out. You can't actually do like an if statement where you check each bit if you do it in parallel like this. So it fucking sucks though. Because this works. This does work. Oh, also this you don't even need to do this. This just equals mmx1. You don't need a shuffle. Even if we get the points in that order, is like, you know, it doesn't really matter. The most efficient way I could think of doing this, right, is us literally unrolling it like this. Unroll the entire loop like this. Yeah. Just unroll the entire loop like this. And then do this. Now, why unroll it like this? Well, because yeah, you can and it. You can and it on the way out. You can and it on the way out. You and it with this on the way out. But then you have to check this twice. Yeah, this is probably slower. That's probably slower than just doing that. Yeah. Well, I tried. I really did try. I just don't think that I can, yeah. It's kind of no way to do it. Yeah. That sucks. Oh well. You do have to do it inside of here. And you need A and B to index into your thing. So yeah, well, my idea is shit, so rip. Dude, fuck, dude. Okay. Fine, I give up. I feel like it is possible. It's just so incredibly complicated to do that. It's so hard that, yeah, it's just not possible, I think. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's figure out a better way to do this, I guess. Without like vec3 sub and all of this. Let's just do it inline and do it better. I think you have to do this. Okay. Now we want to set the vert at I to this. And we can do X, Y, and Z all separately. So V1 verts I verts X I. Did I call it this? Yeah. B minus A. Yeah, just do this, yeah. I'm writing it like I'm writing vectorize code because I'm used to it now. Yeah, no doubt. And you just do this for X, Y, and Z. There you go. How old am I? I am 25. God, it sucks, man, that I couldn't get that to work. Yeah. This is just gonna have to do, I guess. And we won't worry about the offsets yet, because that's for the other views. So for now, we'll just do that. Okay, so now that's done. Now all of this stuff is kind of cursed. All of my calc normal stuff and all of that. This is actually parallelizable. Oh, wait. It's not. It's not because the vertices do not always go in that order. Yeah, this really makes me want to just sort them. Like if I sorted them and then I just like loaded them into registers, then that would actually probably be faster. Don't ask me what I'm doing, don't ask me what I'm doing. Don't ask me what I'm doing, don't ask me what I'm doing. I'm gonna sort the verts. I'm gonna sort the verts based on the... I need to sort them, it's gonna be 15 at the end. Not 12, it's 15. I'm gonna order them based on this so that we can calculate the normals in parallel and do all of this in parallel. Actually, really, is it... because I keep on doing this triangle table, blah, 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 t count plus plus. Like, what if they were already in that order? And I didn't have to do this code ever. So we could just like do this once. And then never have to fetch it again. Okay, so the idea is to sort once. Ask questions later. Now with this I value, you know how many now, so we don't even have to, do any extra branching. You can just for loop it now. Just for loop. Just call this something different. And now do this code inside of their in parallel. A NAND propagation bug. Wow, that sounds awesome. That does sound sick. That sounds super sick. So we have the verts, and now I need a calc normal in parallel. So we need to simd it. So once again, oh shit. No. No. I need... Oh. Yeah, I know what NAN is. I know what NAN is. Oh, that's cool. Background song is very nice. Yeah, I'm not listening to it. That is sick. Fuck. Okay. We need 3 different ones. And we need to divide this by 3, so now this becomes 5. And this is sverts A. That's sverts B. And sverts C. Now you may be saying that's very strange. Why would you do that? Well, sverts A, B, and C make up the corners of a triangle, and we need them in that order so that we can do them, so that we can vectorize it. That's why. Oh, wait. No, this doesn't, this is this. Okay. So now we can actually load UPS this straight up this. You move shit on the screen to devour the red. That's awesome. That does sound sick. That is very sick. You should send me a picture of what that looks like. That does sound cool. So this is technically plus equals 9. Yeah. But hold on. This is not T. It looks really cooked. Okay. This looks pretty cooked. Let's just index it by tries. Let's just index it by. Yeah. Technically the last one, it's so you can have 5 triangles, right? But of course, since we're doing simmed, we can only do 4 at a time. So basically the last one is just hanging over, basically. Yeah. So it's that, yeah. But now, so basically what we're doing here is we're calculating the normals of every point on every triangle at once, 4 triangles at once. The shadows are enough to give you a seizure. Is it flashing? Okay. So how do we calculate a normal with this? How do we vectorize a normal calculation? Let me just see my normalize. What my normalize looks like. Okay, I mean, seriously, where the hell is this function? Calc normal. Okay, so it's this. So let's just like copy this down here. First of all, that isn't even static inline, so I don't know what I was doing, to be honest. This is like the most I've ever optimized code in my entire life. So it's b minus x. Right, so we need to get the u, ux, uy, uz, vx, vy, uz, vz. So you sound like you're having a lot of fun. Okay. Where are we gonna store the normals? I guess we could just do another array. Okay. That sounds sick. That sounds sick. Wait, is my normal calculation wrong? That has to be a V, right? What the fuck? What did I write? Wait, what? That has to be a V. What? Wait, that was wrong this whole time? No, you can't be serious. No, you gotta be joking. Wait, what? What the fuck? Yeah, keep on making it better. It does sound really cool. Nah, no way. Dude, this is fucking crazy. What the fuck is this, bro? What's this? What is that? What is that? What is that? Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we don't even have to... Oh my god, how am I going to do any of this? Oh, I need the next vertex number for this. Oh, shit. I need the next vertex number for that. And they're now in a different order. That's sick. So what causes the bug other than it just being nons? I'm manually unrolling this shit, I don't care. I do not care. I'm manually unrolling it. I don't care, it's faster. Spoke like a person who has no clue what the fuck he's talking about. Shut up. Well, probably because I'm sampling the finished. Oh, I see. That's cool. So it's like exponentially adding on. It's kind of like a a moving average of the pixels on the screen. That's kind of crazy. Wait, what is that? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did I write that code like that? What? It's supposed to be that. The temporal jitter obviously takes it and throws it into neighboring pixels. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's cool. So it like spreads it around. So what is I here? I is, oh, I is the yeah, I is the view count. We don't even care about that. A human being is terrible in complex stuff. Need to break each piece of information. I'm awesome in complex stuff personally. You throw me into anything complex, I got it. I got you on that one. Okay, a bit of a constructor there. And now we can correctly put in v1 sverts a that sucks really bad. You're master then. Verts a x I. Yeah. No doubt. Okay. And then we put in our normal. Okay. We put the normal in. I feel like there's got to be a more efficient way to do this, no? Yeah, I don't know. It'd be awesome if we could just emit the vertices all the time, but we also like have the index buffer sort of thing, right? So we can't because of index buffer. That's what all of this is about, this nonsense. We have an index buffer. So because of that, we can't really like parallelize it. Which would be pretty awesome. If we could just straight up just be like, our vertices are already in order, you can take them. That would be pretty awesome, right? We can't really do that. Yeah, that would be pretty sick though. Thinking in parallel. Oh, whatever. What it? Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, this part is where it loses me. I don't really remember what I was doing here. I wish that guy was here. That was like, that you're copying and pasting so much code. Just do a macro. Zero fucks given. No thanks. I don't need a macro. I'm just going to press the control button, and then I'm gonna press the C button, and then I'm gonna scroll down, and then I'm going to press the control button, then I'm going to press the V button, and then what that's going to do is it is going to duplicate what I just did downward, so that yeah, you get the picture. Also, this is supposed to be 0, obviously. Don't need P0 because all of our stuff is vectorized. Man, this is awesome. We should do this again sometime. Okay. Show ChatGPT this fucking code, bro. Shit would probably discombobulate it. Bro would not know what the fuck is going on. This is it's very interesting. Oh shit. It will bring more errors. You're telling me, man. You're telling me. Shit, man. I don't know why I'm looking at it like I'm gonna figure out, you know, if there's a bug here. I just gotta press play and fucking send it, you know what I mean? I don't know what I just wrote. While error is greater than 0? Yeah. That's what we should probably hit the oh my god, 93 errors. Holy. That's the most I've ever seen out of this thing. Holy shit. What? What? 93 errors. God. Damn, bro. Let me compile, bro. What? Okay, it's just points. It's just points. I named some variables wrong. Okay, I named some variables wrong. Okay, we still have 84 to go through. Nah. What? What? Oh shit. We can't use T because T is actually threads. I'm gonna call this one J. Call that one J. Oh wait, we compiled. What? Oh, stack around the variable was corrupted. You're speaking my language. What? Well, now the non-propagation looks like actual cells under a microscope. That does sound sick. So it was the norm that was corrupted. The stack around it was corrupted. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's do like plus equals 7 and just see if it still, the stack gets corrupted. I have a slight feeling. Yes. Interesting. Very interesting. We may have made a mistake. Somewhere, I think there must be a mistake. That's a very long iteration time. Okay. You know what they say? You miss the shots that you don't take, you know? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Stop holding on. That wasn't not. Stop holding on. You can stop holding on now. I don't know why I didn't just J++ there and then just like J++ like a normal person. Like, it's really, you didn't have to do the ++J. You really didn't. You're running some code and now it's detecting variants now. You're gonna make a whole game out of this, huh? perhaps we made a mistake. Perhaps we made a slight error somewhere about this. Fuck, dude. Yeah, the problem is that I have no clue where the bug is, so there may be... Aha! 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 Knew it. I knew we would find it. I knew it. I knew we would find it. Just... See, if you did a macro, you wouldn't have fucking messed it up. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. I'm all over it. I'm all over it. Alright, yeah, this seems slightly better, but we may... Huh. Interesting. It's very interesting things are happening here. Okay, I'm immediately knowing that we're really fucking slow, which is concerning. That's the first thing that's kind of concerning to me. It is kind of concerning. It does kind of concern me. Yeah, let's not even worry about the norms, bro. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm he had a cow. E-I-E-I-O. Because any way you slice it, this ain't correct, okay? Normals or not, this ain't correct. This has to be correct. I kind of feel like it's something here. Something here we fucked up bad. Okay. Time to figure it out. 8 points from deltas. Yeah, this makes sense. We add CX. CX is set 1 XYZ. Yeah. This is crazy. What is CS? Again, it's cell size. That's cell size. So this is adding the delta and then our position times the cell size. To get the point. That's to get the point. Oh, but to get the indices, we have to do that beforehand. We have to do that beforehand. We have to do that beforehand. Okay. Before we add the cell size. We need to do that beforehand. And then just not do this down there. And then, yeah. Let's try that. Okay. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that. Okay. Something seems to have the wrong stride. Also, this is really not good. We are in debug mode, but I think that that's not good. Or actually, maybe it's fine. Yeah, it's actually like incredibly fast. However, it's not correct, of course. And the correctness matters more. want to try single threaded, but like fuck. Shit. What is IDX? What is this? Oh, yeah, I compute it right there. Yeah, it sounds like you're having fun, huh? Let's just try going going based on next vertex. That's what everything else is based off of. Yeah. I made an oopsie somewhere, and yeah, I have no clue. I have no clue. It's one of these things where it was hard to do this specifically. I knew that this was going to be a pain in the ass because there was no way I could stop halfway and figure out if I did something wrong. There's no way to do it with this. So I had to refactor the whole thing and pray that I didn't fuck something up. So, and I did fuck something up, which is no fucking big surprise. Okay, so this is cursed. This is awful. Instead of Windows XP, that's sick. That is sick. Glad to hear it. It is fantastic. So now everything is going by next vertex. So there's no excuse really for it to be wrong. Also, you know what would be really stupid if I somehow messed up this constructor? If I did a typo? Okay. I didn't do a typo, right? X, Y, and Z. No, I didn't. Okay, good. No GPU acceleration. Yeah, it took me a while to get mine working. I only got mine working because I have an old GPU that has drivers for it. But without having an old GPU, I think it's just, you might have like the artifacts where, you know, the dragging the windows or whatever looks weird. Strangely, this looks worse. It shouldn't look any different. Technically, you should just be able to go and it should be the same thing. Oh. Well, that was the whole point of it, but we don't even have normals right now, so let's just get rid of it and then yeah, the fact that it's so weirdly jagged is weird. Kind of makes me feel like we might be indexing the whole thing wrong. Does anybody ever do like copy and also blend passes? I think it's a neat idea for a whole draw, maybe not. Copy and blend? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean. Like copy one texture to another, blend two together and output it to a frame. Yeah, you can totally do that. Actually, I've done similar with UI things. Just having an extra draw call isn't necessarily like, you know, a no-no. For sure. It depends, like, if it's using, you know, a ton of shaders. Right? Like, if you just have a draw call that just, you know, does a texture and doesn't go through the entire 3D pipeline, then it's really not a crazy thing. It's not a crazy thing. Yeah, I've done that plenty of times. Fuck, this sucks. Yeah, I'm waiting for something to appear to me that I messed up, but maybe I should try to do the indices myself. Because like it's not the end of the world if I just try that. It would be points x I times cell size. I would just use this. That's literally all it is. And then you need a CID exit. CPIDX with C. And then that's it. And then it's that's the whole thing there. No. It seems like definitely worse than when I was doing them in this order. But that's strange because next vertex should always be in order. Unless, I am using v1 val, right? I am using v1 val. I wonder if there's somewhere in here I'm using something cube based. Because when I copied it, possibly. Cube data. Okay, that's the kernel. No more occurrences. Okay, so never mind. I'm definitely indexing something wrong. There. I use the wrong one. Yeah, that's my fault. I just copy and pasted it wrong. Okay, so this is kind of what it was before. I like to delegate as much as possible for the GPU, so like a shader that just copies. Yeah, it's not that bad though. I like the shaders you use like for the ray tracing and shit. Like that's a way different like level of uh of expense. Is like just, you know, a regular draw call is seriously like nothing. Like nothing. Nothing at all. I hope that I did the deltas right. Because here I don't have them in the same order as what they were in, so I have a backup of this. I have multiple backups of this that we can look at in render.c. I have this that we can look at. Okay. Okay. Okay, we did it wrong. I mean, I did it wrong. I rotated this delta array wrong. Oh, fucking wrong file, man. Yeah, y is supposed to be... Oh, wait. No. No, I did it right. I did it right. I did it right. No, I did it right. Fuck. Yeah, I did it right. A copy of blend buffer would be amazing for quickly plotting out a pipeline. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. That does sound good. Yeah. Fuck, man. Oh yeah, that is weird. I don't use any HPPs, so I have no clue about that. It's possible that I made like a typo here somewhere, I guess. Like, we multiply times cell size here. Have finished exercises were too easy. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. That's crazy. I'm happy for you. That is absolutely insane. Yeah, good job, man. Yeah, I don't even know what an HPP is. That's nuts. That is heresy. I feel like, honestly, we add the delta, multiply times cell size. That gives us the point. That should really be it. That's just it. That gives us the point. And then we store them in here. That should just be it. Like, I'm confused. I feel like it's gotta be down here. I feel like it's gotta be like something with this shit. Like, if we just... How about this? Let's just omit every single vertex and then don't do any of this edge deduplication shit, and then just see if everything is fine. Okay, everything is not fine. Weird thing is that there's nothing in the middle. The fuck is an HXX? That's crazy. They got helix header file. That's crazy. I would never use that. Don't worry, I'm never gonna use that. That's right, bro. That's CBP. That's what we're in right now, bro. CXX. CPP is prevalent in Windows. Yeah. No, it's just it's the thing, bro. .cc, companies like Google. Ah, there we go. CXX are recognized by many compilers. Okay, they're recognized. Yeah, not by my ass. That's for sure. I do not recognize them. I don't recognize them, actually. Not familiar. Okay, I feel like, to be honest, to keep it a buck right now, I feel like this is wrong. I feel like the top part is wrong. Something up here is wrong. Like, we could just do it by hand just to prove it, right? It's just literally this. And then all you do is you just multiply that times cell size for the Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck was I talking about? What was I talking about? No, you're supposed to divide by cell size, you idiot. What? What was I doing? There's more? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. We got it again. You're supposed to divide by cell size, not fucking. My brain works very interestingly sometimes. Okay, so the point indices does not work. So that's what's wrong. This is wrong. So something in this confusing mess is wrong. Okay, well, at least we've narrowed it down. So here it just adds 1. This just adds 1 to it. So that has to work. That has to work. And then we multiply it times this, right? We can step through it. I'm just like talking to myself. You pinged me, and it didn't even ping me. It didn't even show up. Go with the MMX, the BMX, CPPI, CPPM, IXX. That's crazy. I've never even heard of any of those. So, sorry if I offended somebody out there, but What is GP? Oh, that's the grid padded reg. And this shit is padded, right? Yeah, it has to be. That's padded, yeah. Yeah, RBP is padded. Yeah, we did pad it yesterday. Wait, what? Oh, that's 0. What is C++M? .o I've seen. .o is pretty common, yeah. .o is pretty common, yeah. Let's think about this, okay? We add 1. I feel like, to be honest, I'm doing it all right, and I'm being punished, even though I'm doing it right. I feel like I'm tired and I need to like eat or something. Something like that. I need to get something to eat, bro. Like real bad. But I also want to get this working, dude. It's like... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's the wrong offset, brother. Wait a second. That's a PZ offset, sir. Sir, that's a PZ offset. You got the wrong offset there, bro. Who was gonna tell me? Guys, you saw that line of code and no one said anything. Are you serious? Are you serious? Fucking nobody said anything. Come on, man. It's a PZ offset. Yeah. See? Now it just works. Look, bro. PZ offset. Can't trust anybody these days. Okay, now we can go back to for looping and call it I do C++23. Everyone is hating on the complexity and the issues it has. You cannot beat the simplicity of C. Yes, exactly. Yes, this is simple. This is the most simple code you've ever seen. I'm just kidding. Love C. A genius admires simplicity. That's why I program in C. But this isn't very, this is cursed. Now this is a bit, it's a bit, you know. I don't know why I called it try. I'm trying to be a bit verbose. I was trying to be a bit verbose. I moved from 17 to 20 for some of its features. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Bring the norms back. Bring the Norm McDonald. R.I.P. bro. Okay. We have something on the screen. I did not think we would ever draw anything on the screen ever again. Wow. Wowzers. We are at 174 single threaded? Sir? Wait a second. That was single threaded. Hold on a second. Did he cook or did he not cook? I think he cooked. Look how fucking fast this is, bro. It's like the fastest thing you've ever seen. I've never seen a simulation that fast. Shit is smooth as butter. Oh my god. Oh, I never thought I'd see fucking numbers this low. Are you kidding me? Are you clocking this? I'm standing on business. Bro, look at this. We're at 53. We started at 72. We started this at 210 before I simmed this shit. Thank God for SSE 2. That's fucking crazy. That was worth all of the pain. Jesus. Are you kidding me? We're 1.5 million lines of code. Dozens of developers. Code is much easier to understand. I believe you. I believe you. But now I still don't understand. We use Rust. Yeah. To be honest, dude, if I worked with like a big company, I would much rather have Rust. So I get the appeal of Rust. I do. But also, like, using it for a personal project is like literal. I don't want to be profane, but you know. Okay, so this is the problem with this is now we're gonna go out of bounds and then it's gonna get mad at me. Yeah. So this is a problem. We going to negative infinity. That's where the AGI is. bro. Oh, go get the AGI. It's all the way down there. Oh shit. When do you think we're gonna have AGI? Yoink. Yeah, so this is a bit of a problem. Was it as of the contract when you work with somebody else? When I'm working alone, C. Yeah, exactly. I feel like Rust is like, it makes everything really neat. So I totally get it, right? That's why I also know, like, I know Rust, right? Like, I can write Rust. I have written Rust just to, like, out of curiosity, but, like, I don't know. It just, like, it doesn't allow you to do stuff that's like, you know, C just lets you say to the compiler, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Rust does not let you say that. Like, you know. And I also don't really like all of the... I really don't like the sum stuff. Like, I don't think it's necessary. The sum stuff is not necessary, in my opinion. But, like, the whole you having to do the if let sum, all that, I really don't think that's really not necessary. It just that specifically makes it so annoying, because now everything has to be a reference and everything has to be, you know, a pointer. It's like very, very frustrating. And writing everything is mutable is also very frustrating, you know. And working with globals is also just incredibly taxing, like mentally, you know. Like globals especially, it's just very, like, globals are not always a bad thing. And so Rust just specifically makes it so hard to work with globals at all. Like, yeah, it's very annoying. You got used to it, yeah. And like multi-threading also with Rust was also annoying, because it's like the safeguards they put to, like, you know, avoid race conditions and stuff is like, sometimes things are racy, you know, like it just, that's a part of like program design. But like, for example, with my chess engine, like, your transposition table is a race condition. Like, you know, it's not, there's no way to do it fast, and for it to, like, you can't mutex it, you can't have a quad lock, none of that shit works. You just literally have to access it at the same time, and it is a race condition, you know. But Rust makes that impossible, and you have to just wrap everything in an unsafe block, which is just meh. It's just meh to me. I don't know. Yeah. Now, how do I do this for the other views is the question. That's the hard part. Like, I have to, if I go with what I did here, everything has to be, we have to unwrap everything. Unroll everything, I mean. Rust and C++ are the same in complexity? I mean, yeah. They're just kind of different to write. This is, yeah, all of the, so basically I've just committed to unrolling everything, which I may be regretting now. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I actually agree with you. Yeah, C++ is very, it has a lot more than Rust. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, with all like the smart pointers and all that stuff, I have no clue. I don't even think most C++ devs know all of the features of C++. It's like, I don't know. Unrolling this manually is like, actually, like, I'm a psychopath. I'm so glad that I didn't go for this. That would have been so incredibly bad if I did that. That would have been so fucking bad. Wait, vals? Oh, wait, yeah, you're indexing into a different thing. We are casting it multiple times, but don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't get annoyed with it. When I got used to it, I got used to it. But it, like, I don't know. It's still something that I wouldn't like jump to do Rust. Like, if I was ever like doing a new project, I would not be like, oh, I can't wait to write it in Rust. It's like, it's just not very fun for me. There are some really neat things. Like, I think like the whole pattern matching thing is actually like cool. Like, I like that a lot because it's like so many times where it's just like it makes everything very neat. But there's so much of it that is not that, so. Don't mind me just manually unrolling the entire thing. Do not mind me. Yeah, I think I've done so much in C now where it's become, it wasn't like this before. Like, I could always like pick up a new language fairly easy, but I think if I had to work in another language other than C after like the past year of really, like, I literally just wrote C, I would find it really hard. I would find it very hard, I think, which is like kind of a bad feeling to have, but you know. Yeah, what I was trying to vectorize this, but it's based on this conditional, and actually you don't get in here as much as you would need to vectorize the whole thing, so it wouldn't have even been worth it, I calculated. So it kind of sucks because it's such an inefficient loop, but there's actually no way to do it without branching. So yeah, it's very unsatisfying. Very, very, very unsatisfying. Python and Java feel impossible. Now that's a real hot take. I mean, Java maybe, but that's just because it's a weird language. Java is just weird. Java is weird, very weird and verbose for no reason. It's very verbose for like actually no reason. Very weird language. Like, for example, their standard library, you have to like type out like a paragraph to do a fucking function. It's so crazy to me that people actually program in that language. I mean, no offense, man, but that's just crazy to me. We actually have to store this into all of them, I think. Max, are you new here? Are you new here, or yes, you're new here. I do this shit all the time, or I used to. I used to do like 12-hour streams every day. Back in the good old days. Yeah, oops. I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, the tricky thing is that I have to do this for all of them. Manually unrolling these loops is pretty psychopathic. Now that I'm like really thinking about it. Yeah. You do actually have to do all of this. Really stream for about 6 hours. Yeah, but back in the old days, Max. Go look at the PS1 streams. The PS1 streams, like, were like 12, 13-hour days. Like, man, I don't know what the fuck I was on back then, but Jesus, man. That was crazy. I don't know how I pulled that off. I don't know how I'm pulling this off. I'm hungry as fuck. And I really want to eat. But I also, yeah, I should. But I'm locked in right now, you know what I mean? I use Lua as an embedded language. Now, what are you talking about, embedded language? Lua? A scripting language is embedded? Smoking? Smoking? What are you? What are you smoking? The numbers have really gone up today, Max. In this project. Or I mean rather down. Like the amount of optimization we did today is insane. Is actually like insane. Like we're now at over 60 FPS in this fucking thing. So yeah, manually unrolling this part. Yeah. 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 Hmm. 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 Reminding you to check your food on the stove. Well, I'm glad you're eating. Okay. So now we have a bunch of different counts here, and we need different counts because we have different amounts of triangles, because we have 3 different meshes that we're meshing at the same time, and I need, this one's called 3. Now what is this? What is this? So basically, how do I explain this shit? So we got marching cubes, which is a way of computing an isosurface, which is just a bunch of fucking triangles in a mesh, bro. And so what happens here is that we are iterating over the entire grid, right? And so what happens is we get into here, and don't mind any of this, we're just like literally finding the position. We find the position and then we put it into world space by, you know, transforming it by the you know, the size of each thing, right? And then we just find the value at that position, and then if it's greater than our ISO value, then we just put a 1 on our bit mask. Okay. And then down here, you know, we have a 1 on our bit mask, and now we get this value, and then we just fucking put that in a table, and then we get the edge. Okay. Now what is the edge? It's a 12-bit integer, and each bit corresponds to each vertex. Okay, so we loop over all the vertices, and we see if it's on our edge mask, and if it is, then we interpolate, okay, because the edges mean that the vertices cross in this particular configuration, okay, and then that's what we do here. We do some interpolation, okay, and so basically all that is it's just getting the vertices nice and prepped. We're prepping them boop, 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 you know, we're doing some calculations, okay, and now we need to get them in order, okay, so we loop through, and then we get them in the correct order as the triangle table dictates the triangles that we are going to emit, so we get them in the good order. We do this for all of our different views, and now the reason why we did them, we pre-made them in the order, we cooked them up, is because now we're going to batch do all of the normals for these triangles. We're going to do the normals for all these triangles. So that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Now the problem is, I just realized what we were supposed to be doing here was this. We can't do plus equals 4 because it's going out of bounds. And so, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, what I think is, instead of doing this in a loop, we just do it twice if we have 5 triangles. If tries, oh, tries 1 because, oh shit. You hate to see it because we also have to manually unroll all of this, which is pretty cursed. I think tries 1 can be 5, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. So if it's 5, then we need to calculate the normal for the last triangle. That sucks. Can I just say how much that fucking sucks, bro? That fucking sucks, dude. God damn it. Because we literally have to do it by hand. By the way, this is supposed to be a V. That's so true, actually. We should just make a static inline function that does it and stop, you know, being annoying. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to do a vec3. Vec3s are slow. Structs are slow. Newsflash. Newsflash. God, I mean, what a pain in the ass, though. What a pain in the fucking ass. God damn it. You're the struct master? You're the struct master, but you don't even write in C++. What are you smoking? You are not the struct master. No. I am the struct master. I have the proud struct master title. That's just the way it is. Ah, fuck this, man. Oh, this fucking sucks. Oh, this fucking sucks so bad. Wait, no, this is all 4. It's just this. Lines of structs by ray tracer. You don't want to know. I'm just gonna say it right now. You do not want to know. You do not want to know the structs. You do not want to know the structs. I've done some things to structs that they write horror novels about what I've done to structs. I've treated structs so poorly that I've had to go to church. That's what I've done to structs. You do not want to know the horror stories of the structs. The structs are insane. Oh, this part is gonna be fucked up, isn't it? Oh, no. It's not that bad. It is pretty bad. Now we just need to do this 2 more times. Oh no. UX, that's what I design. VZ, VX, UI, VY, UX. Yes. Okay, now the question is, does it compile? No. I am missing a semicolon. Oh, nice of you to notice that. Undeclared identifier? That is so facts. That is so factual. You are so factual. You are so right about that. Interesting. Y'all, listen. What do you mean interesting? Tries undeclared identifier. Tries 1. Interesting. That is so crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Okay, what? V2 val went out of bounds of the edge table? What? Oh, we didn't set it to 0. Oh, snap. I forgot to set it to 0. It's always a semicolon. So let me tell you. You know what I was thinking, like, since I was a kid, right? Was like, why are colons not semicolons? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, colons should have more on them, because a semicolon is a semicolon. Do you get what I'm saying? So a semicolon should have less surface area than the colon. But instead it's the other way around. That's just so fucked up, to be honest. That's so fucked up. Dude, Kial is freaking out, bro. More code, come on, more code. Listen, I'm coding as fast as I can. I'm writing some darn good code today, if I can say so myself. Alright, let me just make sure that this is correct. because I kind of like blacked out. Vx, ux, vz, ux times vy minus uy times vx. Yeah, no doubt. 80 to 120 lines of structs in the collision crash. I'm telling you, I have some horrible things to show you. I can't right now because I'm in the middle of like basically writing like the greatest, you know, program ever written, but like in a second I can show you. I'm scoping this so that I can reuse the same variable names. Should I? Okay, we're not gonna scope it. Do I have 500 lines of struct? I have a header file called types.h in my game engine, or entity handler.h, that is 3,000 lines long. I think probably even more. And I can tell you 100% that it isn't filled with any variables inside of it. It is just structs. It is just structs and enums. That's it. So there's a lot of fucking structs. It's a lot. It's a lot of fucking structs, man. It's a lot, man. There's a lot. So you don't want to know about the structs. You do not. Trust me. You don't want to know about the structs. You do not. You should have not tested me on the structs, man. If there's one thing that I do well, it's making a goddamn struct. I know how to make an omelet. I do not know how to bake an egg, though. Also, you know what I should be doing, by the way? I should totally be like checking if tries 1 is ever 5. So I have a feeling like it might. Okay, it is. It does. Okay, I was immediately shut the fuck up. So never mind. It does equal 5 sometimes. I was totally right about that. This is a pretty long fucking function, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just waiting for the macro guy to come in here and like fucking have a seizure, man. All right. Boom. 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 Beautiful. I'm hypnotized by it. Okay, I'm getting fucking hungry, to be honest. Listen. This is gonna be the final boss of this whole ordeal. This is the final boss right here. We gotta do this 3 times. Lock the fuck in. Lock in. Lock in. Pull it back. Gotta do that. Yep. Luckily, not a lot needs to change here. It's just the normals and the vertices. You can take a break for the week. I saw your PS1 videos. Yeah, the PS1 stuff was fun. There is one episode that honestly I wish I could just like Men in Black off. I could probably just like delete it, but I won't delete it. That episode was pretty fucking cursed, man. Yeah. It's the episode where I was trying to figure out collision with no floating point math. And I tried to reverse engineer how multiplying fractions work. It was like maybe 11 hours of me like drawing out on a virtual whiteboard like crackpot math theories, and then the day after I just realized, oh, you can just multiply fractions. It was like the stupidest thing ever. I like had like a brain blast moment the morning after where I realized, oh my god, you can just multiply fractions. Like like you have a fraction and another fraction, you can multiply them instead of dividing. Trying to figure out collisions. Yeah, imagine if you had to do collisions but only with integers. That was cursed, man. That was cursed. That was the worst stream of all time. I have 8 people in my team and have to hire. I also have a startup. Besides, I need to hire freelancers, so I have to look at code from quite some developers. As focused and enthusiastic as programming. Aw, thanks. I really appreciate that. I do hope like one day, like my kind of dream job would be like one day to just like, I don't know, work on like CNC machine software or like something like, you know, niche or whatever with just like a small company is like kind of my aspirations, but I don't know. I just code because there's nothing else to do, man. You just gotta code. Okay. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Oh my god. What? Undeclared identifier. No, it isn't. Tries to undeclared identifier. What? No, it isn't. Oh, shit. Did I miss a... Fuck. Why? Tries to is not the... What? This is crazy. Wait, what? Like... Did I... Oh my gosh, I think I may have messed up our... Yeah, I think we may be one short or one too much. Maybe it's one too much. Maybe it's one too much. It certainly looks like one short based on down here. Okay. Okay, now it's mad at me for that. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so annoying. That's the wrong render.cpp. Oh man, no, I think we messed up the brackets somehow, because now this is out of. Wait, this is in scope now. Wait, it's in scope now. Wait, it's in scope though. Okay. So no, this is correct because now this is in scope. Okay. So maybe this is just fine. Oh, that's just fine. Oh. Okay. Okay, so we didn't offset them, so they're on top of each other because we didn't offset them. But I just want to see what the they are. It's still slow. Yeah. Well, it's possible that I messed up something somewhere in doing this, but it's also possible that they may just be problematic, I guess. Yeah. This is offsets. It's a vec3. It's a vec3 3. Oh right, per view. Okay, so we'll just do this manually. It's fine. It's not that inefficient. I'll like hard code it later, but I just want to get this fucking finished. Oh yeah, that's a bummer. I was really expecting it to be faster at the end. Maybe I did something wrong. Oh yeah, I definitely did something wrong, huh? Okay, so maybe that's the problem, that I did something wrong rather than it's slow. Yeah. 201 files? That's a lot of files. I personally I have big files. So in my game engine, I had like multiple 10,000 line files. I don't like having a lot of different files. But then again, I'm a whack job, so that probably has something to do with it. I don't think it's normals that would be the problem. I wonder why this doesn't work. Like, what? Oh, I know why. I know. Yeah, I know why. This edges array is indexed by the view, actually. So that's why this needs to be indexed like this. Totally forgot about that. So it was basically the edges are deduplication edges. So once we have a point that we've already found before, it deduplicates it, but it's a bit more complicated than that. But for all intents and purposes, you don't really need to know that. Also, this is not obviously the correct. Oh, it is the correct. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Do not listen to me. Not sure how to check how many lines of code. 101K. Yeah, my engine was like 40 something K. Okay, so now this works, I think. Yeah, it is just slow. Wait, are we single threaded? I don't think so. No, we aren't. They seem out of sync though. Like one is always doing much less work than the other one. So that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird to me. So maybe it's something with that. I feel like something is wrong for it to be slow like that. See this 700? $500 sometimes? Very weird. Very, 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 very weird. Yeah, I don't know how to get those statistics. Yeah, the fact that that doesn't even take this down very much means that something is really bad. Something is really, really bad here. Something is really slowing us up here. I'm doing like way too much work somewhere. Somewhere I'm doing way too much work. That even didn't really speed us up all the way. It is really strange. $100. Yeah, and then the only thing left is this, is the stores. That's literally it. That's a lot of commits. I don't have any of those statistics because I don't have it on Git. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm greedy. Do you think that, maybe it was me doing this. Maybe this is an expensive thing. Doing this last normal. Yeah. I mean, not like incredibly expensive, but yeah. With one view is at like 200 before, and now with 3 views it's at 300. So it's not like the best, but it's not like the worst either. It's whatever. I really thought that it would be like maybe 250, 200 with all of them. I could also parallelize this too. Like, I mean, we could also make that more efficient. There are ways that we can make it more efficient. It is just pretty efficient already, though. Like, I could really just have like a toggle to turn on and off the other views as well, but yeah. Seems like actually a large part of it is this, reordering it, which kind of sucks. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, applying the offsets we could also do. Like the offsets we could also put in a register. Um yeah, just do this and then off 3. This is the last thing I can think to optimize for this, and then I guess it's just whatever. Set 1 PS. The offsets are this. Found more realistic stats. 3,000 lines. Yeah, 3,000 lines is pretty good. I wonder what my stats would be like. I don't know. I do not know. It'd probably be a bit funny, yeah. Yo, what's up, Zaz? How are you? I want to do... We just load it into a register and then store it out, and then like literally just... Love more detailed stats like total lines of codes. Git doesn't give you that, yeah. Yeah, I don't... Maybe that... Dude, that's a good company idea. We should make that. We should really make that. Like a program that just like gives you stats on your programming. I feel like that could be like a big thing. We don't really care about anything other than the X. I started doubting myself a few days ago. Otherwise, you're doing fine. That sucks to hear. I hope you're doing all right there. What did I just call this? Off to X. Yeah. Yeah, so it's literally just this. I kind of wish it wasn't a pain to write that out. Okay, so after this, then you just store it out. I'm telling you, that's like a $1 million idea. I mean, everybody would want to know the stats of their programming so that they could like show it off or whatever to their friends. I feel like that's a huge idea. And like, you could have like, I don't know, fucking like activities in Discord or whatever, you know what I mean? That would be huge. That would be huge. You reboot locally and on Git? Yeah, I think that just locally. I feel like locally could be the big one. Because like, God knows how many changes you make that you don't push. You know what I mean? You vibe coded 5 million lines of AI slot code. Yeah. Yeah, but they want to show off how many lines they've copied from AI. They want to show that off. We could also have that in cursor. Why are we mad? Wait, why are we mad? Wait, literally, why are we mad? Actually, why are we mad? Like, what? Why? What? Why are you pissed at me? Bro, I'm storing 4 things into the location that has 4 things. What? Sir? Like, am I... Like that can't go out of bounds. They can't go out of bounds. No, no, no. You're... What? 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 Oh, my bad, my bad. I forgot to store unaligned. Aha. Yes. The simmed master. Yes. Crazy to me that I got this nice render and yet I still don't have proper scripting. Yeah, but that's the fun parts of an engine. At least for me. Like the actual, like, I don't know, I interact with a button and therefore I get something in my inventory. That's just like, that's just baby coding to me. That's just baby coding. The fucking cool thing is like, oh my god, I can build a render pass and tell the GPU to do things. Like, that's the cool part. That's the fucking cool part, man. Need to work more on the Lewis stuff? Yeah. Yeah, the scripting stuff is cool. It's just not... It was never as impressive to me as the other stuff. You know. This isn't even slow. It just feels slow in comparison to what we're used to now that I've seen how fast it can actually go. But it is pretty fast now. I know for a fact it can go faster though. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be pretty cool. What I'm talking about is honestly, like, I see a lot of like game programming and stuff like that like comes up on my like YouTube recommended and stuff, and it's like this like entity component. I have an enemy in a game and it has these, you know, properties or whatever. Like, that's not programming. That's you know, that's not a game engine. That's not the cool part of a game engine to me. The cool part of the game engine to me was like, I don't know, making it so that models that you know, import from a file become like actual like things with things, you know, with all of the things, you know. So that's what I was referring to. Yeah, it does sometimes like just have trouble sometimes. Like depending on the configuration. I don't know if I'd call them gimmicks. I think that that's like the meat of a game engine, is like the system. The system is the... No. Not true. Not true. No. No, that's not... It's not a toy. It's art. Like, I don't really give a fuck. That's the thing. Like, most game engines are boring. Like, that's not cool. Like, for example, like id Software's engines, like that shit is art, you know. 90% of that is not just like scripting, you know, button presses button. Like it's like actual, it's the math and the rendering pipeline, you know. That's the part of the engine that's impressive. The rest of it is secondary. Yeah, I mean, it is a thingamabob, but it's not a shader toy type stuff. No, that was not my engine. Definitely not. No. 90% of my engine did not live in shaders. No, yeah, definitely would not say that. It was the system. I think the problem that is happening is that is the threads. The section and the end. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, I get what you mean. It's just like, to me, it's like, I don't know. That's what art is, though. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's never like, you know. It's not, yeah, I mean, I get that. If you're putting it that way, yeah, I get that, yeah. I do get that. Guess you could get rid of cube data completely now. It does like lag sometimes though, which sucks. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like the same level of fun you can get from a sandbox game. Yeah. I don't know. I'd argue that there's more value in the toys of the world than there is like the other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Creating engines, like, you know, what I'm working on right now, this simulation thing, is like there's a much greater like value in it than there is like something with like a clear purpose, because man, like shit is just not fun. You know what I mean? Like most things aren't fun anymore. And so something like this that's just like fun is very rare. And so that's the way I think about it. There needs to be more just fun shit you know. Game engine design is the ultimate sandbox. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it just lags a little bit sometimes. I wonder why. It's like one thread ends up with like all of the work. Yeah, it is definitely the ultimate sandbox. You are right about that. I think it's interesting. I wouldn't really consider it a I don't know. It is like it's an art. It's a tool to make art, I'd say. You know? Like, I don't think that there's like a lot of like great tools to make art anymore. Like, for me at least, like when I open up, like, I know that you're inspired a lot by like modern game engines, but like for me when I like open up a tool like Unity or Unreal or something, you know, like when I was a teenager, it just felt so bland to me. Like, you know, it just was so, it felt so uninspiring, you know? And so, I don't know. It's dreadful for you, yeah. I mean, like, to me, it's just like, there just aren't a lot of tools that just, like, to make art. It's all, you know, like, just, like, it's all, how do I make a game? Or, you know, I want a game where I have goblins, and I shoot at the goblins, and, like, shit like that. It's like, there's no tool that just like enables you as an artist to just like have cool ideas and shit to play with, you know? I think that shit is like what bothers me a lot, that there just isn't that just out in the world. It just doesn't really exist. So I wish there was more stuff like that. It's very rare that I find something that's like a tool where it's like it enables you to like feel inspiration, you know, that sort of thing. So that's what I feel about it. You know, as like a design philosophy. It's like I just want to make shit that's like that just isn't uninspiring, you know. I feel like most things are uninspiring because uninspired things make money, you know. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah. It was awesome for me to like bring in all those different things that I really enjoy. Yeah. It was definitely that as well. Yeah, I've got no clue. So it's something to do with threading. Unreal sucks so bad. I mean, it's not even about learning them. It's the same reason I hate Blender too. I don't like any of these things because they're uninspiring. Like, they were made as a tool rather than like as a cool like art thing, you know? Like, to, in my opinion, like art tools, art, you know, things should literally just exist to enable people, you know, to like make cool art, you know. So I don't think most of the tools nowadays really do that, unfortunately. Don't think there's enough 3D tools. Yeah, probably not. Why is everything not of color now? Oh, I got rid of the color, that's why. That would make a lot of sense. Why? So why is this lagging, for example? So this is lagging. Ever so slightly, that's lagging. It kind of says that it's not really. Yeah, I think Blender is an amazing tool, for sure. Maybe I just never put the effort into learning it, but it does feel, it feels like that, like it feels like a tool, you know, rather than like a cool thing to play around with. Like when I go into Blender, I want to make something. Like I want to make a model of a face or of a street or of a thing. Like, to me, there's no, you know, I want to go into Blender and just like, you know, feel my way around the canvas. But maybe I just suck at 3D art or something. I don't know. But for me, that's the cool thing about just like having a paintbrush and having a canvas. Like, there is like this playful sort of, you know, discovery that happens with it. I feel like modern computer tools just try to be way too extensive with what they do rather than, I don't know, being inspirational in like a way about it. Yeah, so that thing there. You're a jigsaw timer, jigsaw timer, and if the song goes minor, I won't mind. There's a weird like jitteriness to it, like it. Yeah, it's still bottlenecked by this. At about 3. Which is unfortunately kind of where it was before. Like before we tore it apart. And this is yeah, so it's still bottlenecked by the meshing. So yeah. With 3 fuse, it's still going to be bottlenecked. With just 1, it's okay. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the shader nodes are pretty crazy, you know. The fact that you can just like click and you know, do the wiring yourself is pretty cool. Yeah. It is better in a lot of areas, yeah. It is. Tens of thousands of dollars a year. Is it really? Is it really that expensive? I know it's mainly used in the industry, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think that even the bottleneck is down here. Like the bottleneck, I don't even think is any of this. Like even without it, even without this, we still are hitting like, we still are hitting like. $2,000 per year is crazy. That is crazy. That is fucking insane. Yeah, the fact that that's crazy amount. This is a crazy amount of. That is so long. Like, what is that about? What is that about? What? Maybe I did something wrong. I don't know. Let's just try to render nothing. Yeah. One is going to 0.04 and the other is 0.012. I think something's off somewhere, but I'm not sure where. I kind of have to just like go through and keep profiling and then see when it stops being shitty. Honestly, it seems to be less shitty after doing that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. That is what it is, 100%. It's these normals. I fucked up something here. Maybe it's these, maybe it's this. Maybe I should have, maybe I was right to just scope this. The way I was going to do this originally was just scope this and then just copy it down so that you make a new register every time. Because I think it gets mad if you don't make a new register every time. Yeah, but I think that it's like done in industry or like some shit like that with Maya, and that's why it's so expensive. It's mainly like companies that use it, like I don't know, like Disney and shit. But that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's awesome what Blender has done in making stuff free, for sure. Do appreciate free tools, but I don't know. Wait, hold on a second. This is... yeah, it is 4. Never mind. 3ds Max, yeah. Back in the day, it used to be a lot cheaper, I think. I think so. Probably made some sort of typo somewhere in here. Oh, the norm is wrong. Here. This was supposed to be v2. And this is tries 3, tries 2. Okay, so now that they're scoped, maybe. Many artists learn these paid tools, and then they have to learn everything on Blender, yeah. It is pretty expensive. Yeah, I mean, this is just like an incredibly... I think calculating the normals is what's getting us. Because I think... so what I think is going on here is that the normals... we may not even have... for the normals, I think we may not even have for triangles. So honestly, it might just be faster to just calculate the normals like by hand. Which sucks. But I think the amount of the times that you have for triangles is low. But you could just literally say if tries 1 is greater than or equal to 3 or something like that, then you do this. Then you do this. Else you literally just for loop through the tries. Yeah, maybe I didn't put enough work into learning Blender. It's always very very difficult for me. Yeah, it's just pretty branchy then. Like, this is pretty branchy, but okay, this should be try. Okay, after this optimization, then I'm going to probably call it. Either call it or take a break, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the cutoff should be with the greater than or equal to here, because yeah, I don't know what the efficiency thing is like, but I feel like 3 makes sense. I feel like it should be greater than or equal to 2, right? But because you're doing them in parallel. But I guess there's just a lot of cases where you just have one triangle, and that's why it's being a pain. The art is creating photorealism. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just where you and I differ. I mean, I've always been an impressionist type of person. But I think that's just like a preference thing then, you know. Okay, that felt a lot faster. That felt a whole lot faster, yeah. That was incredibly fast. Yeah, that was incredibly fast. Wait a second. No, this does everything. This does everything, yeah. This is already inside of there. I don't know why it's separate down there and it's commented out, but okay, now let's comment in all the other draw passes. That did feel a lot faster immediately. We don't have the other passes commented in though yet, but okay. That does feel a lot faster. Okay, yeah, that's good. So that's 200, which is that's good. That is good. So that was probably what it was. I wonder even like now we can try greater than or equal to 3 and see if that does anything for us. Yeah, that made it even a bit faster. Yeah. Yeah, so basically what I just did there was I made it so that if we have enough to vectorize, where vectorization is worth it, then we do it. But otherwise, we just do it by hand, like this. And that made it a lot faster. So I think that was a bottleneck, because sometimes we have just not a lot of triangles, and so computing the normals on all of them is just simply much slower than just like doing it by hand once. Quick hierarchy of ABBs on entities. Yeah, that sounds good. Cool. Alright, so it still does kind of struggle sometimes. Like here, this one is struggling because it's got a really high triangle count there. But even if it does struggle, it never dips below 30 FPS anymore. So what was this one? 90, 60. By the way, F is not simmed yet, so there's also that. F and mu we never simmed, so those are also possibilities for us. But still, I think the bottleneck is going to be rendering, unfortunately. Doing a single view though, we get like around 80-ish. So if you're just doing a single view, then you could probably like put the field up all the way. Like we could actually probably push the field size up at this point. I mean, if we keep optimizing things, I'm kind of certain that we can hit 42. Which would be really cool. Like obviously we have some lag here, but I'm 90% sure that lag is, we can deal with it. And that lag is all in CW. All of it is in CW. And if I had to guess, it's FFT. That's now the problem, is that we don't have FFTs multi-threaded. And yeah. I honestly doubt it's this. I really doubt it's this. If I had to guess, it's the FFTs itself, and we can quickly check with by going down here and then like just like moving the timer. Like this is the actual FFT step, while this is the cleanup basically. And so we can quickly see where the problem is. Oh wow. So it's actually just 100% actually in here, which is not what I thought. I thought it was the other way around, but it's actually here. That is the problem. Wow. I would not have expected that, really. I would not have expected that. Also, this is supposed to be clamped. This is also supposed to be clamped between 0 and 1. So that's also pretty funny. Oh, actually, I think I removed that on purpose, but yeah. Now this actually has gone back down to a slightly reasonable 2. So. Also, our Sobel isn't actually on Sobel completely. But yeah. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Yeah, I wonder if we can keep pushing it. A dream would be 42. 42 would be so fucking sick. 42 would be so fucking sick to hit. It's possible that we could actually hit 42 without 3 channels, but yeah. Oh wow. Oh, now we're out of memory. Ah, that's a real bummer. Yeah, that's a whole other bag of beans that we run out of memory. Yeah, here this is with 1 channel with a field of 38. We're probably bottlenecked by the rendering here. But if we only did 1 view, I'm fairly certain. Oh no, we are bottlenecked here by this. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. Not sure why that's so high. It does kind of make me feel like there might be a bug here or something. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I always am coding. I always am coding. That is always what I'm doing. Which keyboard am I using? I have 2 keyboards. The one that I use Windows XP with is just a Dell random keyboard. the one that I use on my other one, you can do exclamation point keyboard. It's I built it myself. It's got like a brass weight in it and boba switches. I haven't done it, touched it in a while though. Built it a long time ago. Yeah, I wonder what takes up so much time. Like if it's H or if it's this, or what is so greatly affected by it here. Is it this? Maybe I should put the K inside of here. I'm not sure. Did I turn something off and then I forgot to? This is 0065 now. With 38. Is it really this? Is it really this? It's really that. What did I do? What? Two broken disassembled boards. An old Microsoft one? I think that's really sick. I wish I had one of those. Sometimes this goes to like 400, which is what I don't understand. Yeah. Yeah, this is like barely 30 FPS, maybe a little bit less. But I feel like we're definitely bottlenecked by the meshing here, I think. Yeah, like that's pretty smooth. Some are specifically just, maybe it's actually, oh, it might be kernel count. Yeah, it's probably kernel count. That's the problem. Yeah, we have 10 kernels here. Yeah, so it's actually kernel count when we get to the higher things that become problematic. Buckle switches? I'm not sure what those are. I really wish I had one of these old like IBM, big ones. Would have been really nice to. I think that those look really nice. I don't know if I can even do this inside of here, but I mean, why not try, I guess. Like, feels a bit weird to do that, but because the M and the S are still lookups, right? So it is a bit weird. Just like literally do that. because why not? And then how do I get the channel? Oh, yeah, like that. Oh. This is an old type of hybrid switch. They don't make them anymore. That's a bummer. Yeah, that's pretty insane. That's pretty, like, that's a pretty large number. Yeah. The amount of kernels might be the bottleneck then. That might be the next bottleneck. I don't really know how to fix that one. That's a tough one. Where? Okay, it's here. I want to just isolate where it is again, just to make sure. Looking for the same, had some cheap keyboards I was happy with. DOS keyboard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard about the DOS keyboard thing. I built my own. My own is quite nice. It's like, I built it for like 150, maybe 200 back in the day. I haven't ever like felt the need to replace it. It does suck though that I can't use it on the Windows XP computer because it doesn't enumerate correctly. I have to like code the driver myself or some shit. But yeah, I tried my best, but yeah, it fucking sucks. Yeah, we need 10 kernels so that we can... Okay, this is 9, that's good enough. Let's go to 10. Okay, 10 makes everything disappear. Just... Okay, here's 10. So let's check it out. What? 36? Really? Okay, so it's actually not... It's actually this. It's actually 100% this. So it's actually 100% this. So the bottleneck is now what isn't in our control. Oh, which is once again multi-threaded FFTW. That's actually the bottleneck, is us compiling FFTW multi-threaded, which brings us back to what it was in the beginning. So that's the bottleneck, is this, which yep. So yeah, we have to figure out how to compile that. Like we did it like 2 weeks ago, and we gave up because it was really painful and didn't work. So we gotta figure out how to make it work, or else we're just gonna end bottlenecked. So let's test. Let me test it the other way with yeah, it is a good idea for next stream. It's just annoying with coding the drivers like that. Is like I have to actually do that in a VM because you risk actually bricking the fucking computer, which is annoying. I would rather just like do it on the computer itself, but I would be really horrified. Maybe I can code it on here and then just like try it in a VM beforehand or something like that, but yeah. It's like it does suck. GMK3 bare bones. The T is a good idea, yeah. I'm supposed to be in growth, no growth. That's what I'm supposed to be in. Coffee better? Hey, yo. I do agree. However, with the way my sleepage works sometimes, you know the sleepage, you know what I'm talking about there with the sleepage. I do think the T has its place. Ah, but isn't it like the fucking coolest thing you've ever seen in your entire life? No. But tea with mint. Tea with no mint is trash. That is a shit opinion. I don't usually say it. You know, usually I like keep to myself. But that's an awful opinion. That is truly, truly just the worst opinion ever. That's so bad. Like, brother, you telling me a chai tea doesn't just like tantalize the taste buds? Dude, you're telling me that? That's what you're telling me? I just don't believe you. I just don't know about that one, bro. I just think I think you're a bit you're a bit incorrect. That doesn't just tantalize the taste buds. What about an Earl Grey? What do you know about an Earl Grey? What about an English breakfast? Yeah, each one has its own taste. Yeah, but some of us have wrong opinions. Tried Moroccan tea? Does it have mint in it? Okay, maybe it has mint in it, but like Earl Grey English breakfast. Apples and oranges, my friend. Chai is the best, though. Moroccan mint tea? I've never had it. Maybe I should have it now. Maybe this guy's tea is actually that good. You know, last time I tried Unity, something I noticed was that they don't even have a proper model loader. Only supports a few formats and it's finicky. Masemin. I'm not sure what Masemin is. I'm just uncultured. Boatload of honey. Yeah, I hate Unity just as much as the next guy. You know, I'm more of a division sort of guy. You know, anarchy. I'm right there with you. I just get so many cool ideas for projects, so that's kind of why I've gone down the route of making one big engine. Yeah, that was nice. I really liked that when I was making my game engine. It was kind of like I could just like do a bunch of stuff and then just like put it in the engine. You know, that was really nice. Now I just do that with every other project I do. I'm just like, oh yeah, you know what, let's just put that in. Let's just put that in. Does this need sound? No, but I'm gonna put it in. You can do that with everything, you know. It's just really easy with a game engine. You know, it's like really neat, you know, it's like it's a lot of fun, man, just like sitting here and like you just like look to the left and then there's always people to talk to. This shit is like awesome, bro. You know, it's the best feeling in the world, man. I remember when I went to like college and shit, it was like so every time I like had to work on my work or whatever, it was just like I would be in my room working on my work. Like that shit is like so fucking boring. Give me some external stimuli, like fucking voices and shit to talk to, man. I need that. You have a chess tournament? Dude, good luck. Good luck, dude. I'm rooting for you. I'm sure you're gonna do good. You're much better than me at chess. I do have those voices as well. However, it does suck that, you know, it's not fun. It's not fun. This is fun. They aren't as fun. They aren't as fun. This is the fun. This is the fun one. Pretty sick, bro. Pretty sick. I gotta say, I feel like we gotta slap some bloom on this shit soon. You know, make everything super vibrant and cartoony so that the TikTokers are gonna love it. Take a couple of videos. What should the catchy headline be? You know what I mean? Like, what should the TikTok be? Oh my god, isn't this so satisfying? So satisfying. Most satisfying simulation ever. On Windows XP! Exclamation mark. The Zoomers are gonna love it. 10 years down the line, I'm gonna be making random simulation. Yeah, that's the dream, is to just do the simulation shit. Or just make just weird art, you know? It's weird that Sigma is so it changes the growth so much. But that is the way it is, you know, with the Sigma. The Sigma Freud. Well, I think it's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. I also go full screen. I don't know how you can go full screen. I didn't code it. You can just press go full screen and it goes full screen. I don't really know if that's like... The wonders of Win32. I don't know how they did it, man. It just works. It just works. Wow, engines are hard. This is fun. I'm gonna make a new engine. Yeah. I mean, listen, you didn't have to call my simulation shitty. Alright, we didn't have to go that far. It's a wonderful little toy. That's so tight. Yeah, I feel like the Sigma is a bit the Sigma really affects how much shit grows, you know? It's interesting. Very interesting. I bet advection doesn't really work, huh? Maybe it does. Oh snap, it kind of does work. Yeah, it works. See those micro voxel engines? With super high render distance, physics everywhere, everything is destructive. Yeah, like what's that game? Oh yeah, we got some terrage happening here. Oh, for sure. Yeah, something's being indexed the wrong way in advection mode. Have you figured it out? What are you making? I'll figure it out when you figure out what my name is. Like that game, what's it called? The destruction game. The thing where you destroy things, but it's like Minecraft, but it's not. You know what I'm talking about. Teardown, right? Isn't it Teardown? I mean, I'm hip with the kids. How about Teardown? I saw Teardown. Teardown, it kind of sucks for scale though. Yeah, I have no clue what I'm talking about. I just saw a clip of it once. If you're getting close to simulating digital life in Lenia, what are the chances that it becomes conscious? 0. But that's the best part. Because humans are conscious and humans suck. So I would rather it be math. Bro, fuck making humans. Humans suck. I want something cooler. My name is Dustmite. I hate that YouTube has this thing where they have my old name on my fucking thing. Like, bro, that's not even my name anymore. That's not even my name. I'll let the viewers of this stream in on a little secret. You know what this YouTube channel used to be called? Etho Bhop. I was a bee hopper. That's what this channel used to be called. Of Counter-Strike Source fame. Back in the day. Dude, I miss being a fucking kid. Take me back. Take me back. Foon located? See, that's what I'm talking about. I was fucking really too cool for Z-Block. I made so many friends when I was like doing that Bhop shit. He was like the admin on some fucking Bhop server. And for me that was like my community when I was like a teenager or whatever. That shit really saved my fucking youth because God knows there was no fucking cool people at my high school. But a lot of those people are cool. I wonder what they're up to now. We don't really talk ever. But there were cool people. I was a fucking squeaker. Like bad. My voice did not get deep until I was like fucking 18, maybe 17. But yeah, it took a while. I was young and you could tell. And people did not take kindly to that. We're not the most fans of that. But that's alright. I also met a lot of cool people though that were like, you know, not like that as well. So it wasn't just like, you know, sucky people. I think a lot of people that like that I didn't pretend to be old or whatever. There's a lot of people that were just like, oh, this kid like is just himself or whatever. So alright, good night, Shari. Yeah, sorry, I'm just playing with my toy. I'm not really trying to accomplish any goals, Mr. Uncle Sam. I'm just not trying to do that today. Sorry if that makes you annoyed. The whole dark thing is pretty interesting, how it becomes dark and stuff. Yeah, I speak words sometimes. I'm going to change my handle as soon as I like figure out how to like get through the stupid ass fucking Google menus. By the way, they make that stuff complicated on purpose. Or maybe I'm just a boomer, but I cannot figure out my way around it. Like why is it like you click on to get to your Google account settings and it like takes you to another fucking website? It's like, bro, just take me to my account settings, dude. Like, why does it have to be on a different website? Like, what? No sense. Makes no goddamn sense. It's really interesting how it gets dark. Like, why? I think it's because of the normals. I think I'm stupid. I think it's just dark because of the normals. And I'm just stupid. So that was my bad. Dude, we gotta get some bloom on this shit. We gotta make this shit vibrant colors. Like bubblegum pink. Throw some tone mapping on it. Call that shit a day. You know what I mean? I didn't answer Shari. Shari said, how long is this gonna take? Takes your mom. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Owned. Dude, I still get a kick out of your mom jokes. I don't know why. But there's something so fucking funny about being just like stupidly juvenile. I don't know. That shit just makes me fucking crack up, man. I don't know why. Oh, I was doing the wrong one. I just did the wrong fucking one. Supposed to be doing this one. I wanted this to be... This is gonna be a bright ass light. The brightest light you've ever seen. Okay, never mind. It's not even bright. Wait, what? It's supposed to be bright. Don't tempt me with the mom jokes. I'm trying to tempt you because I think that they're hilarious. Like, I don't know. I made some friends, like, maybe like a year 2 years ago, something ago, and we were like we would play like World of Warcraft together, and I would just like rip the your mom jokes sometimes, and no one would find them funny. No one. And I would just be like, are you serious? Like, what? Like, we can't be friends. We cannot be friends. It's just like, no one would even laugh. It's like they would be like, oh, I roll. And like, bro, like, I don't know, man. It's just people get fucking old and then they just like think, oh, I have to be old now. It's like, it's a disease. You do not have to be old now. No one is forcing you. No one is forcing you. Who is Muscle Man? Black hole sun. You know what I've had stuck in my head for like a week now is fucking Um, 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 I've had Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones was stuck in my head. Bro, Shari, I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. I said your mom. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm gonna get crucified over a fucking your mom joke again. Oh my god. Anyway, I've had fucking Mr. Jones stuck in my head for like fucking multiple days. Like a week now. And it's just killing me. It's killing me. It's killing me, Mr. Jones. Yeah, I don't know the regular show. I don't. I watched SpongeBob growing up. That's what I'd watch at my aunt's apartment. I would just watch SpongeBob, SquarePants. That's pretty much all that I watched growing up. I loved SpongeBob when I was a kid, man. I think I still love SpongeBob. I just don't, like, you know, get a lot of chances to love SpongeBob. But I think I'd still love SpongeBob. I think this shit is just so funny, man. Yeah, it's so good, man. I don't know why SpongeBob is so funny, but it just is. I do see the regular show memes though, where it's like he's like on a keyboard or some shit. I've seen that. I've definitely seen that a few times. Yeah, the lighting just ain't doing it for me. It just ain't doing it for me. It's a tough series. I think I'm just too old to watch a cartoon like that. Like, not to, like... See, I just did the whole, you know, stood up for the your mom jokes, and now I'm saying I'm too old to, you know... But, like... I think it's just kind of true. If you're a Windows XP, how are you streaming in Windows XP? I am a capture card. I have a second computer with Windows XP. Anyway, what I was saying about Mr. Jones. Okay, so Mr. Jones, man. So this song, he's got this line in it that he says, you know, gray is my favorite color. Oh, so symbolic. That's what he says. That's the line. Gray is my favorite color. Oh, so symbolic. That's what he says. That's what the guy says in the song. Okay. And I was just... You know, I've sung this song to myself so much because it's stuck in my fucking head and it won't get out. And I just have been bewildered at this line, right? And it turns out, man, it turns out that this shit is actually... It's actually about a Picasso painting. Okay? Now stay with me here. It's a Picasso painting that he's talking about. It's The Old Man with Guitar. It's the name of the painting. And he's talking about how if he was the old man with the guitar, he would become colorful and the guitar would become gray. So that's the symbolism of the thing, of what's going on in the song. And I just think that that's really neat, you know? I don't really know why I wanted to share that, but, you know, fuck it. I feel like me changing this lighting is like barely doing anything, to be 100% honest. I mean, it kind of is, but it's like, why can't it be neon colors? That's a really good question. I can't really answer the question. I can make it bright. You want to see it bright? I can make it bright. Look. We just turn all these numbers to 1, and then all of a sudden it's going to be the brightest ball of being you've ever seen in your entire life. Boom. Okay, actually, it didn't fucking change anything. Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, why is this? Wait, I'm so confused. I was expecting it to, like, explode. This is me changing the material color. The color of the material that we're drawing with. What? Wait, what? I feel I'm so confused. Wait, what? I feel like this D3DR as ambient should be true. I feel like that should be true. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, I don't know why it's not neon, bro. I'm trying. I'm trying my best. Let's try getting rid of the shade mode, Gerard. Okay. I mean, believe me, I would love it to be neon. I would love it. I would love it a lot. Maybe I've been trying to, like, figure out why this is not working. But I don't know. Maybe I can change the colors themselves of the vertices. I think that they already are really high color, though. Like, the colors of the vertices are... It's already 1. Oh no, that's the kernel colors. Is that the color here, CH color? Okay, but... Yeah, but... okay, but... Where do I set up the colors? Okay, here we go. So that's already pretty crazy, right? This is pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. That's 1 0. Interesting, definitely interesting. Yeah, I don't know why. It feels like this should be a pretty bright light. This should be like a very bright light. Maybe get rid of all of this bullshit. I feel like this should be a very bright light. But it's not very bright. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty crazy. I mean, can I just like pump this like this? Like that's so big. Yeah, it's maxed out. That's maxed out. Yeah, gimmicks are the best. Gimmicks are definitely the best. Yeah, I definitely wonder on this material thing, because I remember that before that that changed things. You have to do a world transform? I don't really know. Dude, that's... Well, you know what? Maybe we could straight up... and straight up look at the book, right? Yeah, maybe the book will tell us. Come on, Mr. Book. Show us the answer. Color. Okay, lighting. Here we go. So yeah, we got this. Maybe, do we have power? Maybe we got rid of power. Maybe it's all about power. Okay, we do have power. Maybe we set up power of like 50. Okay, I think that did something. Maybe we just needed a lot of power. I think the last one here is like an old light that I had. Dude, I want them to be neon colors so that I can like take a clip and then like the zoomers will love me. Fuck, dude. If I set it to 0, what does that look like? I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this isn't changing anything. I feel like this is changing actually nothing. This is cool. Why are you doing it this way though? Because it's cool. Why XP? Because it's cool. Because doing things on modern hardware is not cool. It's way more fun to like optimize shit on like old hardware. That's my opinion. Yeah, I mean, maybe how I set it up. Dude. What C++ version? I'm not really sure. It's pretty much just C. It's technically C89. I'm not really sure if I even compile with O3. To be honest. I'm still on SEC 2, so if that keys you into anything. But I'm not really sure what optimizations Visual Studio compiles with. But yeah, I am not really sure. Oh, you meant C++ 03. Oh, you meant that. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm actually C89. That's what it compiles as when you compile C. But yeah. Yeah, this does kind of suck. This does kind of suck. Yeah, I don't know. If I don't set a material, does anything change? No. No. And if I take the lights away, does anything change? Like what is this? No. What? What are you talking about? Wait, what? Wait, now I'm confused. Wait, now I just got fucking confused. Now I just got fucking confused. What are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? Wait, why does nothing change anything? Wait. D3D9 has a fixed pipeline? Yeah, pretty much. Bro, what? Oh my god. Okay, well, there's one thing that we can do, and that's change the FVF. We can just change the FVF and now not have a color. Now it doesn't have a color. And now there's no vertex color. Okay, but why? Okay, but why does it have lighting that I didn't put there? Do you feel me? Like I didn't okay that lighting. That did not pass by my desk. I haven't touched any of the rendering stuff in a long time. So I thought that this was under my control. If I set a material, it should set the material. It should draw with that material. Let's read the book. Okay. All about it. Yeah, I'm all over it. Okay, we're initializing materials. Set material. Okay, listen. Fucking listen to me. I set the material right here. Show me the executable size. I have no clue what the executable size is. Should set your option in the little GUI to change the material of the blob. Yeah, I should. Yeah. Maybe I have to do it once a frame. What? I should do it. If you want to see the executable size, then we can see the executable size. I just went to properties. Where is the exe? Where is the exe? I compiled the exe. Okay, it's probably here. It's probably here somewhere. We just gotta find it. Bro. Okay, well, I guess I'm too dumb to fucking find it. There's a manifest. Maybe it deletes the exe when you... That doesn't make any sense. Wait, oh, it's here. That's why. It is 177 kilobytes. Now that's programming. Programmer. Bro, but like... Yours is 1,000 kilobytes? 2,000 kilobytes? Bro, 2 megabytes? Unbelievable. Bro, where are they gonna find space for that, bro? Okay, so why draw sphere, red sphere? Listen, I just fucking did that, you idiot. You dumb fucking idiot. To enable specular lighting. Okay. Okay, let's turn that on. Let's turn it on. It said we gotta do that, so boom, boom. That shit is on. Google, tell me why it's not white. Alexa, tell me why this doesn't work. Oh, maybe we gotta turn lighting on. Maybe that's why. It's not white. It's supposed to be white. Oh my god, man. We did this once before, and then we didn't do it ever again. So, yeah, we have this. This is exactly what we have. Okay, I know how to compute a normal. This ain't my first rodeo, okay? Yeah, we already got all this business. Alright, let's see the example code. Set render state lighting true. Okay. You gotta put that shit first. Okay, he puts that at the bottom. Yeah, this is exactly what we had. Okay. Okay, so this is exactly what we have. So he puts this up here, and he puts the other two at the bottom. So it's just pretty wild to me that this isn't working. But, you know, what do I know? My engine requires the noise and bear pattern. What are you talking about? What? I have that shit in my shader, bro. What? From the disk? What? Oh, you're making a joke. Oh, you're making a joke. Yeah, sorry. I did not get that one for a second. It took me a second to get it. All right, yeah. I don't think that I'm gonna figure out whatever this is. I really don't know why I can't figure it out. We are setting the material. How about this? How about this? Let's just make it. Let's make it red, just so that we know for sure what's going on. What's going on here? And it's absolutely 100% certain that it doesn't make a material with anything in the alpha. Okay, it goes 1 in the alpha, 100%, 1000%. Okay, 1 in the alpha, 100 billion%. Okay, I feel so confused. Here's a good question. Maybe I'm tampering it. I'm tampering with it afterwards. Maybe I tamper with it afterwards. Pointer display. What is pointer display? That's how I get to my display function. I think it just this is the display. This just is this function. So blue noise patterns are too expensive to generate in real time. Aren't they? They aren't like white noise. Oh, you were being serious? I thought you were joking that you had to load them in from disk because of the whole binary being 2 megabyte thing. I don't know. Maybe it's shade mode something. I think it's shade mode something. Yeah, actually, this is probably what it is. Shade mode Fong? Shade mode Fong. Huh? Shade mode flat? Shade mode Fong. Fong sounds nice. Bro, it all looks the fucking same. What? What are you talking about, bro? At this point, just like, I don't know. At this point, I got no clue. Fucking put a wireframe on it. It doesn't even wireframe. Am I hacking? Wait, what? Wait, why does it not wireframe? Like, just turn all of this shit on and then try to implode it at this point. Like, why is it not working? Okay, well, whatever. I gotta hit them with the extra. I feel like this is ridiculous, no? This is like, I got everything on. I'm just turning every single option on, and nothing is changing it. Like, what the fuck did I do? DX9 game engine when? Yeah, you're telling me. You're telling me. I would love the DX9. Does DX9 even exist? Just like turn off the lighting, maybe? Bro. Bro, this is like the craziest shit I've ever experienced in my entire life. Maybe the FBF, like maybe this like, we have to have vertex color now? But that's like, you played around with it? Well, that's cool. Okay, so we can have vertex color, but it doesn't. It like maybe it's some problem that we have here, I guess. It's like a problem with the vertex buffer itself, how it's set up. For Windows NT 4.0. Dude, that stuff might be tight, to be honest. I feel stupid. I feel like this stuff hasn't even changed, though. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I just like literally Google this shit. Color not working DX9. D3D. Material color not working. DX9 D3D. Vertex color is ignored when lighting is enabled. Check material alpha. Yeah. I'm all over that shit, bro. Maybe normalize normals as being suspicious. I feel like normalized normals is actually good for us to have, but okay. I mean, oh, you can change this color. Oh, this takes in a color. D3D color ARGB. That takes in a color? Okay, but like you need to set what? Okay, hold on. I get it right now. Hold on. You need to set the render state D3DRS ambient material source. D3DMCS color 1. It's the same thing. It's the fucking same thing. Yeah, man, I don't know. Bro, what's up? Quick Draw 3D? That's a real thing? Fahrenheit? A failed partnership between Microsoft and SGI. Dude, that would have been badass, though. That would have been so badass. I know that this was working before, though, because I added different lights before. Like a week ago. About a week ago. I did that shit. I definitely did that shit. I definitely 100% did that. Let me try debug mode. I don't know why, but you know, maybe. They had graphics pre 1992. They really had graphics. I thought that shit was just like a computer back then. You know what I mean? I don't think that they had graphics back then. Yeah, I've got no clue, to be honest, what the fuck is happening. Because back when I did advection, I took some time to change the lighting. And we haven't touched it since then. We literally have not touched it. I need an SGI computer. I need to be not doing this. So I want to be honest here. I'm going to restart the computer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Irish GL. In the early 90s, high-end 3D graphics. There was no 3D graphics. That's a lie. They had a spinning cube back then? Like, what are we talking about? The fuck? Maybe I do need one of these. Dude, the fucking Zoomers would go crazy for that. Fabric simulation on 1992 computer. That was 34 years ago? Damn, I'm old. What the fuck? I'm old as fuck. Okay, I turned it off and on again. Okay, this is like a book that I'm reading right now. The History of Computer Graphics. Okay, I turned it off and on again and it did not help. Does it update camera do? Yeah, I feel like that's not. OpenGL is the child of Irish GL. That's crazy. I thought that OpenGL was the parent of everything. Right? I mean, I do a lot of shit down here now. But I don't think that any of this shit touches it. I mean, to be fair, we do have everything multi-threaded, right? And so there's no way for us to single thread it to check if it's a threading thing. First VR headset? Nah, you're capping. That's crazy. Pre-consumer 3D. Probably way before real time. That makes sense. Yeah, that's not fun 3D though. That's not fun. Wait, what were they doing? What were they doing that for though? Like, was that like military simulations or something? You almost wonder if like what else can I FVF here? Specular, normal, text 0. Two reserve bits. Maybe it's decided that the color goes there, and now we can't get anything else there. Maybe I gotta put a text 0 here. Just like throw it on there. Boom. What do you think about that? Oh, being on commercial products, I see. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is actually kind of getting to bothering me. Like, why does this not work? Like, oh man, I don't know. Is there anything else that Wait a second. I wish it let me draw with the thing and not the material, but whatever. It's bizarre. Obviously, if I don't do this, then I'm not gonna fucking draw anything. Wait. Dude, you're gonna be so pissed at me. You're gonna be so fucking pissed at me. You're gonna be so pissed. You're gonna be so pissed when you figure out what the fuck is going on. I think I just figured it out. Yeah. This is the wrong file. Nah. Nah, you can't be serious. Nah, bro. Yeah, that's my that's my cue. Everybody, that is my cue. Oh no. Oh no. No, we opened up an old version when we were looking at it earlier. We opened up an old version because I was checking it shit. Oh no. Yeah, so I wasn't going crazy. We we just yeah, that's a little bit embarrassing.